I'd like to convene the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board here on March 6th. The secretary, please call the roll.
Commissioner Elper.
Present.
Commissioner Menz.
Here.
Commissioner Musich.
Present.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Rucker.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Vice President Abeni.
Here.
President Forney.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second?
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
You have a light.
There's a light.
Some discussion.
Point of order, you have a light.
Yes.
Yes, I would like to pull item, resolution 2024-49 for discussion from consent.
Oh, yeah.
Point of order, if we're doing that 2024 to 2042 as well.
Okay. Normally, we would do that when we approve the agenda, but anyway, that's okay. So 42, all right, and 49. All right, so noted. All those in favor of approving the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. On to the minutes of February 21st.
I'll move the minutes of February 21st, 2024.
Second?
Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. On to reports of appointees of outside boards, commissions, and committees. Anybody have anything to share? Yes, Commissioner Alper.
Yes, I attended the Riverview Corridor Policy Advisory Committee on behalf of the Park Board last week. I think it was last week,
Yes, it was.
and as an alternate to Commissioner Musich. And I just want to say that the PAC, as it's called, it voted to release the options to the public to pursue community engagement around those options. So the Riverview Corridor, just real quick, is between downtown St. Paul and out to Mall of America via the airport. And the two options on the table are two different streetcar options and one arterial bus rapid transit. And so those passed, and that will move forward. And I'm not sure when the next meeting is.
They haven't told us.
Awesome, thank you. Vice President Abeni.
Thank you, President Forney. I attended a Board of Estimate and Taxation meeting on February 28th. There were a couple of items, but I think the one that was most noteworthy was the board voted in favor of not renewing the consultant contract. So sometime in the first year of that body in the current term, they determined that they would use an outside consultant to support the work of the board. Prior to that, it had been a staff person for many years, and then he retired. Anyway, it was decided to now pursue a staff position again. So the cost impact is neutral because the consultant wasn't free. The consultant is being asked then to address the park investment numbers as their last bit of work. So we had, at the end of the year, we received a report on spending by ward, and not just park spending, but also city spending. And the park numbers were a bit off, and I know park staff's been working on that. So that will be completed, and then that consultant contract will be finished. That's it.
Thank you for that update. Seeing any of the lights, we do have a vacancy on the Homegrown Minneapolis Food Council, so I will be appointing Angela Janice Williams to fill that spot. Thank you, Angela, for stepping up. So on then to our consent agenda. If we want anybody to move.
I would
that.
move the consent agenda as a slate, with the exception of Resolution 2024-42 and 2024-49.
Second?
Thank you. All those in favor, please excuse me, Commissioner Menz.
Can we get a reminder? I've had a couple of constituents reach out to me about how things get on the consent agenda versus how things get on the regular agenda, and I didn't have a good enough answer for them, so I was wondering if somebody could explain that as to how things get directly onto the consent agenda versus coming through committee or separate.
So why don't we vote on this first, and then we will have an explanation. So all those in favor of the agenda, please signify by saying, not the agenda, excuse me, the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries, and I believe that Secretary Ringel is going to speak to your concern.
Thank you, President Forney and Commissioner Menz. So most typically, items that are on the consent agenda are things that you all have already voted on previously to set into motion. So most commonly, you will see actually consultant contracts or construction contracts related to capital projects. Those are items that you would have already approved in your annual budget when you approved your capital improvement program, and or you would have already approved the concept design in terms of moving forward with that project. So it lands on consent because it's operationally implementing something that you have already approved in its context. We also, on occasion, will have grant awards or donation acceptances on the consent business, and that's usually because it's the final project is already something that you've agreed to and is moving forward with, or it's kind of a procedural acceptance at that point. So those are kind of the two big ways that items get on the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, so then regarding Resolution 2024-42, somebody would,
I'll move Resolution 2024-42. This is a resolution approving the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Aquatic Invasive Species 2024 inspection rules, authorizing the superintendent to implement these rules from May 1st, 2024 to December 1st, 2024, and approving and directing staff to implement the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board Aquatic Invasive Species Work Group recommendations for the 2024 Aquatic Invasive 2024 Aquatic Invasive Species Prevention.
thank you. Do you want a presentation, or what are you looking for, Commissioner?
That would be great.
Second. Is Rachel here? That's the question. Oh, she is there. I couldn't see you there behind the monitor.
So I don't have a formal presentation. I'm Rachel Crabb. I'm the Water Resources Supervisor at the Park Board, and I don't have a formal presentation tonight since this was on the consent agenda, but this is essentially the same rules that the board has approved before for the AIS inspections that happened at Bedeh-McCoska, Lake Harriet, and Lake Nokomis on essentially the same schedule as they were last year. Over the years, we've sort of changed the schedule around to accommodate as many boaters as possible and for safety of our inspectors. And we have run the program since about 2012 and have stopped a lot of different invasive species from coming to the lakes, mainly zebra mussels, and done a lot of boater education. The boater education piece is probably the most important and most effective point that this inspection program gets across to people.
Is there anything that's done, oh, sorry, I'm on it.
That's okay, Commissioner Menz. Do you acknowledge now?
Is there anything that's done to prevent the invasive species from getting onto the river? I didn't necessarily see any boating regulations along the river, but maybe I missed it.
So we don't have any inspection stations on the river. It's a lot more complicated because flow comes through the city. So for that reason, we don't have stations there. But there is still educational signage on those boat ramps.
Okay, okay. Not then seeing any other lights, but thank you, Rachel, for that explanation.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the resolution, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. And then to our next resolution that has been pulled.
Yes, I'd like to move Resolution 2024-49, a resolution approving professional services agreement with Urban Ecosystems to provide park planning, landscape, architectural, community engagement, and park analysis services for the East Phillips Open Spaces Plan, which will include Cedar Avenue Field Park and East Phillips Park, and may also include vision planning for some private properties and/or public right-of-way adjacent to the parks for a fee not to exceed $142,000.
Second?
And you'd like a presentation? Yes. Okay, Emma, thank you for being here.
Good evening, Commissioners. For anyone I haven't met, my name's Emma Pachuta. I'm with the Strategic Planning Department at the Park Board. And I'm just going to go over, as Commissioner Alper just mentioned, the PSA agreement with Urban Ecosystems for the East Phillips Open Spaces work. So the basics here is that the PSA that we're bringing forward is with Urban Ecosystems and 4 sub-consultants for a total of $142,000 For that amount, the team will support the design of a community-vetted park plan for both Cedar Avenue Field Park and East Phillips Park. And as was mentioned, we do anticipate doing some level of vision planning with private and/or public properties adjacent to the parks. During the selection process, this team was also selected to lead and design the construction of the priority improvements that come from the planning process. So that's why we're bringing this amount to you, even though it's under the $175,000 threshold. We do anticipate that their accumulated contracts will be over that $175,000 threshold. So there is CIP funding available at both parks, which is why we are doing this planning process right now. We do need park plans in order to implement improvements at both parks. Cedar Avenue Field Park did receive an adopted park plan in 2017 following the South Service Area Master Plan, and East Phillips Park did not receive a plan at that time. Staff decided to include Cedar Avenue Field Park with this planning process right now due to a couple of reasons. One was that we received some follow-up feedback from the community that the approved plan may not represent all voices in the neighborhood. And then additionally, because these parks are so close to one another, they're about a block in proximity, we thought it would be really important to make sure that the designs really complemented one another and that we're able to look at both parks at the same time. This image also shows kind of our project boundary. And so, as I mentioned, we do anticipate doing some level of vision planning. It could look at circulation to access the parks. It could be looking at maybe identifying some future green spaces in this area. We have been in conversations with the Little Earth community around doing some open spaces planning on their private property as well. So this is our timeline for our current project timeline. We did launch the project in fall of 2023. We are still in our phase 1, which is our vision and discovery phase. Right now, we're really in learning and listening mode in the community. We're working to build relationships with community partners. We're showing up at events. We're really asking folks what they want to see of their parks during this phase. And we anticipate doing a robust engagement process through the spring and summer. And then phase 2, we currently anticipate that will start this fall, and that will be our design iterations phase. So that will be the time where our design team really helps to lead some concept designs based on what we heard from the public and go through an iterative process to ideally come with 2 final park designs for both Cedar Avenue Field Park and East Phillips Park with an approval process in spring of 2025. So the design team, when they're under contract, we will work with them to identify how they're going to support the engagement that the park board is leading during phase 1 and also what their role is going to be with that design process in phase 2. So we went through a pretty robust process to determine urban ecosystems. We released a request for qualifications in November of 2023, and we did extend that deadline to be able to get broader representation from the public and from different firms. We received 6 statements of qualifications, both from local and nationally known design firms. Those 6 statements were reviewed and scored by 8 selection committee members. We identified 3 teams to receive interviews. Those 3 teams were interviewed by the selection committee that consisted of 6 park board departments along with 2 representatives from community organizations in the community. They're both currently under contract with the park board as community collaborators on this project. From those interviews, the selection committee identified 2 top firms that to receive follow-up questions from us, and they responded to those questions. And then the selection committee came back together again, reviewed the submittals, the interview responses, and then those question responses. Both top firms, it was a very difficult decision. They were both very qualified, but we did end up selecting Urban Ecosystems as the best candidate for the work, both for the planning project as well as, again, those future follow-up improvements. So as I mentioned, our lead is Urban Ecosystems, and they have 4 subconsultants under contract with them. And this team will be with them through both the planning project as well as, again, those design and construction improvements in 2025. This is just an image of the schedule that they have in their scope of work that's in the attachment with the resolution. Their phase 1, which is pre-design and community engagement, aligns with what the park board timeline calls vision and discovery, and then their phase 2 concept planning and design aligns with our phase 2 of design iterations in that park board timeline I showed previously. In terms of project funding, we do have, as I mentioned, funding for both parks, a little over $3 million combined. The park planning process is trying to do this in a budget of $250,000. If approved, we would have the Urban Ecosystems at $142,000 of that $250,000, and then the rest of that would go towards community contracts, events, engagement, and some admin costs as well. with that, I will just see if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you for that, Ms. Pisciuta. We spent a lot of time working on the South Service Area Master Plan, and I noticed that you noted that you'd be working to try to plan around the two parks closest to each other and what people want there. Will the team also be familiarizing itself with the South Service Area Master Plan in its entirety so that they understand the broader vision for that entire segment of the system, so that we're not ignoring what the work we tried to do to spread out the assets across the entire area in an equitable way?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking. Yes, we will be familiarizing ourselves both with the South Service Area Master Plan. We also, when we've already been engaging with folks around Cedar Avenue Field Park, we're actually bringing the 2017 plan to them and showing them that design and giving them that context. We're not starting from scratch. We are fully communicating that this work already happened and that this design exists already. So we will make sure that is also taken into consideration. Thank you.
Wonderful. I assumed as much, but I thought I'd better verify. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Albert.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. I really appreciate it. And I think I would like to call out one thing that you mentioned, community collaborators, just to tell my fellow commissioners that this is correct me if I'm wrong, please, but I believe this is a bit of a newer process that we're taking here, rather than a traditional master planning process where we would have a community advisory committee, and I think that's really important here. So I know you touched on it just a tiny bit, but I think what I want to make sure of is that this firm that's being hired is going to be working, that the interplay between the community collaborators and the lead firm doing the community engagement and visioning work, that they're working in tandem, and that setting us up for doing this kind of model in the future. And so I didn't see any mentions of community collaborators within the scope that was in our packet.
Thank you. I think there's a few layers that I'll try to respond to with your question. The first is the community collaborators is a strategy that has been implemented in previous master planning processes as well. And we are using that template for this project too, which is we offer paid opportunities to community partners to engage on the project in some way. You are also correct that we proposed not having a CAC for this process, and so we are currently thinking about how we can use some of the strategies like the community collaborator application or proposal to kind of enhance this process as we build it out with the community. The community collaborators was not in the urban ecosystem scope of work because the park board actually oversees those contracts with the community collaborators. Those are with the park board. However, we do anticipate the design team overlapping and aligning with their work along with all the other engagement work that is happening through the process. And I hope I've answered the questions. Please let me know if you have any.
Yeah. I just think it's going to be really important because this is an area that has a wide variety of demographics and opinions about these spaces, and I think knowing, if they're seeing engagement from the community collaborators and also from urban ecosystems, I think having a level of coordination is going to be really important there. I'm excited for it, and I just want to be ready as the commissioner for this district. Thank you.
Commissioner Menz.
Thank you, President Forney. Thanks, Ms. Pisciuta. So yeah, I wanted to make sure that the community engagement, and I'd like to understand, part of the work that we've been doing in the Diamond Sports TAC has identified East Phillips as one of the places where there's pretty much a softball field ready to go. So I'm wondering how that work with the community at large is going to play into using that community engagement with the East Phillips plan, not only for that softball field, but the other. I know that there's more fields. There's going to be a new field TAC. How is that community engagement going to look for those more holistic or citywide groups?
Thank you for that question. I will note that during all of our planning processes, we do make sure that we look at all the different scales. So as you mentioned, and as Commissioner Music also mentioned, there are higher level scales of planning that are also happening that we have to consider during this process. So that will be taken into account. In terms of like specifics, I probably can't answer that until we're a little bit further into the process, but I didn't know that, so that's great to know, and I'll make sure to connect with my fellow staff to make sure that I pull in that information from that TAC. Thank you.
Great.
Commissioner Elper for a second time.
Yeah, thanks. I just have one other point, and this is something that I've already spoken with staff on back of a couple months. But just to note that I don't believe that community collaborators are currently a piece of our community engagement policy right now, and I think they should be, and I would like to see that come forward.
Commissioner Olson.
Hi, yeah, so just have to, my thought on this, I got an email a little bit ago on East Phillips reconciliation, and we know that there have been ongoing issues and folks in the community calling for land back in that area, and so it's kind of been a bit of a hot button issue, and so I'm wondering how this process might inform how we plan to resolve that situation, or how that situation might inform this process. Will they kind of mesh, or are they completely separate, or what's the plan there?
I think the only answer I can give you at this point in time is that the park board is in listening mode, and so we are hearing a lot of different feedback from the community. That topic has also come up in our engagement so far. How we navigate that is still a little TBDs. We're still in that listening and learning mode. I will invite others from planning if they'd like to say more about that, but we're kind of in like a listening and learning mode. So at some point we'll have to determine sort of what we're hearing, and then we have to figure out and pivot to figure out how that translates to thinking about the future of the park system. And so that would be more of our like phase 2 in that timeline that I shared earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Mintz for a second time.
Thank you, President Forney. Just to piggyback on that, yes, I'm wondering now what role our Indigenous Parks Liaison might play in this community engagement. I know Carrie Day is working really hard, and we're really excited about that position. Do you have any understanding of how that might play in?
Great question, thank you. Carrie Day Aspinwall is actually consulting on this specific project, and so she is factored into our budget, and we do have her working actively with us and advising on how we proceed through this project together.
Thank you, Emma. Okay, I don't see any other lights, so all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. On to Administration and Finance Committee, please.
On behalf of Admin and Finance, I'll move Resolution 2024-29. Resolution amending the 2024 and 2025 capital improvement programs to transfer $91,000 of the Dibble-Hornstein Parkland dedication funds from Hall Park within the 2025 capital improvement program to the 2024 capital improvement program, allocating $12,000 to Hall Park and $79,000 to Bethune Park within the Near North neighborhood.
Second. Not seeing any lights. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. On to our next resolution.
I'll also move Resolution 2024-38. Resolution awarding a construction contract to Versicon Incorporated for the base bid amount of $545,000 without acceptance of any deductible alternates for the Luxton Recreation Center Spark Studio Project bid event MPLMN number 2718. Pending review by the City of Minneapolis Finance and Property Services Procurement Division and Minneapolis Civil Rights Department, authorizing administrative use of 10% construction contingency up to $54,500 for necessary construction change orders that may arise with the contract, and allocating $300,000 from the MPP 20 General Building and HVAC funds for concurrent improvements at Luxton Recreation Center.
Second.
Great. Not seeing any lights. All those in favor,
I
please.
have one light, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Mintz.
I did have a question about this. I was at the Prospect Park Neighborhood Association, and they were wondering if when the Forget it. It's in the packet. I saw it and
Okay. Not seeing then any more lights. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. Okay, I will explain to people and everything that we are going over our skipping for right now, the planning committee, because we were aware that some people might be coming to speak at open time, and we wanted to give them that opportunity before running to it. So if that is okay with everybody, we can then go to the discussion item, and that is about Stephen's house. So if that's all right. Welcome, Assistant Superintendent Schroeder.
Hopefully it's a 5-minute presentation. The mic's on.
President Forney and Commissioners, I recognize the time, it's behind me, so just give me a signal when I need to stop for open time. I'm sure this will take longer than the few minutes I have in front of me. So I'm going to provide a little bit of a background on the Stevens house and where we're at. And this is a discussion item, and we're looking for particular input from the Board of Commissioners about how we best proceed with this project, because we have some critical determinations in front of us with a timeline that extends till April 3rd, and I'll explain that more as we move through this. Just the history, this structure dates back to 1849 when it was first constructed on the west bank of the Mississippi River, noting that it was the first wood frame house west of the river in Minneapolis. It was acquired in 1896, and as the picture shows, the mythology of the 10,000 children towing it. If you look at other pictures, there's actually horses in front of the children towing it as well. So, more recent history, the Junior League requested the house be moved to its current location in 1982. The structure was restored and a lease was established, allowing the John H. Stevens House to become a museum in 1985. We've had several obligations through that lease, including something called a permitted assign, which allowed for operations and maintenance to be directed to a nonprofit. That happened through a lease with a couple of extensions with the Junior League until November of 2012. And then for some time before that or after that, it was until the Stevens House opened as historical interpretation and programming through a permit agreement with a nonprofit group, the John H. Stevens House, or Friends of John H. Stevens House, and that extended from 2019 to 2022. The conditions are important. Is actually before there were fires. We had engaged an architecture firm, McDonald & Mack, to look at the structure and help us understand the condition, because it had been degraded in the exterior. But the overall impression from McDonald & Mack was that it was in good condition. We actually moved through a process working with a Hennepin County training program to do some restoration to this building. After the fires, the McDonald & Mack and structural engineers have looked at it and noted the house remains in fair condition depending upon where you are. Areas that were untouched by the fire appear fine. Areas that are around doors, windows, walls, ceilings, some structural members of the roof deck were damaged where the fires occurred, and then noting that there was fire damage throughout the house, particularly in the basement. I'll note that all the artifacts were removed. The artifacts are not the property of the park board, but the John H. Stevens Group and the park board removed all of those artifacts from the house following the fires. Just want to see where I'm going to end up before we have to stop. So I'll note that we've gone through some cost estimating here to try and understand what the potential costs would be. And it really depends upon how we intend to use the structure to a large degree. So you see a large range in the restoration costs. We also are intending to look at fire suppression in this house, noting that it's been subject to three fires. We would do some protection with fencing, site illumination, and in particular internet, so we can get camera capabilities out there. We note all these things and we end up with a fairly significant price tag to be restoring that. The best source of funds we have, or the only source of funds we have at this point, are insurance proceeds, and we continue to work with our insurer to determine what the amount of those proceeds will be, but it will largely depend upon what we intend to do. If we intend to restore the house, it'll be different than if we intend to do something else with it, and I will come back to those after open time.
Yeah, good timing there. All right. Okay. Thank you. I am going to read our open time rules. Thanks to all of you who want to share your thoughts and ideas with us during open time. Before we start, I want to provide an abbreviated version of the open time board rules. All individuals wishing to speak may call in before noon the day of the meeting to be placed on the agenda, or can sign up at the board meeting prior to the start of open time. I will be calling people only that are on the sign list. Open time for the public input shall not exceed a total of 15 minutes, with the time limit to be allocated by me, the president. Please watch the timer up here to be considerate of others here to speak and to stay within your allotted time. During open time, public testimony will be given without debate, and only clarifying questions for the board will be allowed. Two types of items are not appropriate for open time in order to protect the privacy of all individuals, and those are pending litigation and personnel issues. Please refrain from commenting on those specific personnel issues. We will not tolerate discriminatory and/or harassing words directed at anyone. So please ensure that all your comments you make tonight comply with this policy. The board made the decision many years ago to operate under Robert's Rules of Order. Under Robert's Rules of Order, the ceding of time to another person is not allowed. So only those who have signed up to speak may speak in their allotted time. We also request that each speaker provide his or her name and address. And we have 7 speakers, so I'm going to allow 2 minutes per. And the first is Marlon DeYoung, and then after that, I'm sorry if I ruin your names, Ramiro Castello Lenos. Please welcome.
Hello, my name is Malone DeYoung. My address is 2420 Garfield Avenue South, and I'm a gardener and organizer of the Community Outreach Program at Siouxline Community Garden. I'm speaking today to urge the Park Board to oppose Hennepin County's proposed bikeway that threatens to tear up the garden, and to talk about the community that thrives in the garden we are all so determined to protect. When I joined Siouxline Community Garden, I immediately was welcomed into such a strong community. Everyone greets each other by name, and every time I walk through the garden, I learn about new ways to grow corn and cilantro, and witness countless exchanges of salsa recipes among gardeners and those passing through. These connections prompted me to help create the Community Outreach Program to offer plots to Whittier neighborhood residents who would not otherwise hear about the Siouxline plots or are from underrepresented communities. I formed a partnership with Whittier Elementary School, and each season we reserve almost 50% of the available open garden plots for Whittier school families. I attend school events and see immigrant families' faces light up when they learn that they can have a piece of land all to themselves to replicate what they cultivated back in their home country. The children already visit the Whittier School garden plot during the school year and summer programs, so students are already proud of the garden and are excited to have their own plot to plant in. Once you're in the garden, you remain in the garden, so over time we are shifting the Whittier Elementary presence in the garden, as well as the overall demographics of the garden, to be one that is reflective of the neighborhood. This season, Ramiro, who will speak here tonight after me, and his wife Sidania joined us through Whittier School along with 7 other families. They have become leaders in the garden, running volunteer work nights, advocating for the garden at meetings like this one, and at the county's open house, and getting to know everyone in the garden. Despite the county's total lack of translation services for any of their surveys or open house information, Sidania and Ramiro have continued to speak up and share their passion for protecting the garden. I urge you all to continue to support us in maintaining this space as the natural one that it is, and to recognize the garden as a community hub that allows families in the neighborhood a place to play, grow their own food, and connect with each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Ramiro, and then Stefan Vizinar. Sorry if I'm ruining your name.
Ramiro is speaking through myself, an interpreter.
Please.
Hola, mi nombre es Ramiro Castellanos.
Hello, my name is Ramiro Castellano.
Somos familias de ahí de Sunrise.
We are families from the Siouxline.
Y el motivo de venir aquí es porque se nos hace injusto que nos quieran hacer una pista de bicicleta donde tenemos nuestro jardín.
And the reason we're here is because we think it's unfair that you want to put a bike track where our garden is.
Se nos hace injusto porque es un jardín familiar donde tenemos que sembrar nuestras verduras y ir con nuestras familias, con nuestros hijos a convivir un rato y pasarla bien, y para que sembrar florecitas para las mariposas y abejitas, y se nos hace feo que nos quiten un pedazo de nuestro terreno.
And we think it's unfair because we, as a family, are growing vegetables. They're for the family. We go with our kids and to really just have a good time, and also to grow flowers for the butterflies and that sort of a thing.
Yo siento que podrían buscar un otro lugar donde no nos afectaran a nuestra familia, a nuestros jardineros, y sería bueno eso, que nos ayudaran en eso, en que no nos quitaran nuestro jardín.
So we think that you might be able to find another place where it will not affect our family gardens, and we think you should be able to find another place.
Porque para nosotros es bonito ser una familia, convivir, sea hispano, somaliano, americano, indio, lo que sea. Nos las pasamos bien allí, súper, porque es algo donde nos despejamos y nos las pasamos bien.
And we think that this is a nice place for the families to gather, whether they're Spanish-speaking, Somalian. It's just a place to have a good time.
Y pues es todo lo que les quería decir yo, que hicieran un poquito de conciencia por nuestro jardín, y gracias.
And that's all I really wanted to say, just for all to be conscious of this. Thank you.
Thank you for your interpretation, too. Stefan, and then Scott Yeager after that. Stefan here. Stefan, sorry.
Hello, my name is Stephen Visner, and I'm a tribal member of White Earth Nation and local laborer 363. First and foremost, we all need to recognize that the MPRB owns and profits from stolen Dakota and Anishinaabe land. You need to have Indigenous community members involved during all phases of design and development. It's their land. I've worked with the park board for a decade, and I'm very proud to be a caretaker in my community. Past 4 years have been beyond difficult for us all. Civil unrest, a global pandemic, and record-breaking economic inflation. Boots on the ground workers like recreation staff, trade staff, laborers like us have experienced the heaviest impacts. I can't even afford to buy a house for my growing family. My bills are piling up. I can barely afford rent and childcare. During this time, we have all seen management positions, and most recently, UL, receive 8 to 20% raises, all while receiving insulting offers of 3 to 6%. A month ago, we were all told by you, Jennifer Ringgold, to sit tight and wait. The trickle-down effect will reach us soon. Well, now's the time. In the past week, Minneapolis Public Works have accepted a fair and rightful contract proposal of 30% average wage increase per position. This is exactly what we deserve. And now's the time for you all to show the whole community how much you really value your staff. We don't feel valued by MPRB. Your words are hollow, and statements mean nothing without corresponding action. This is our time for a fair contract.
Scott, and then Mitchell Solender. I'm sorry, I can't read your name fully, sorry.
7 out of the last 12 years, you guys have won National Park System of the nation. And how have you rewarded your workers? You rewarded Al with a 10% raise this year. He now makes $210,000. How have you rewarded the workers that actually do the work? The workers that actually have a budget? Short answer, you haven't. From 2010 until now, most of your blue-collar workers have received an increase of around 35%. 35% in 15 years. In that same time frame, housing prices in Minneapolis have gone up 90%. An average one-bedroom rent in Minneapolis has gone up 90%. Food for a family of 4 in Minneapolis, 105%. A brand new mortgage, 132%. Infant care, 122%. And part-time childcare, 78%. You have let your workers down. Why is it that this park board is okay with, giving the largest raises to the top income earners? Look at your parks, your comprehensive parks plan for all. It says to cultivate a thriving workforce, not thriving for a few, thriving for all. We are falling behind. We can't get quality workers, and that the citizens, they're the ones that suffer. Along with us, we have to decide what bills to pay on time and which ones have to go to the next pay period. I implore this board to stand up and tell Mr. Bangora and his negotiating team, led by Jeremy Barrick, to give us a fair and honest contract, not 2.5%. 10%, 2.5. You all saw how far behind in buying power and bill paying power we have. You have a goal. I suggest you all go home, look in the mirror, and ask yourselves if that's right.
Mitchell and then Anthony Smith is after.
Hello, board. I am Mitchell Clendenin. I live at 3000 California Street, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55418. I'm a lifelong resident of the city, and I've been working here since I was 18 years old. And every year, it's just gotten worse. This contract is important for me, for not only for me, but also the residents. We have been overworked and short-staffed. That leads to high turnover and burnout. And, you know, your management has refused to address these issues. But instead, in negotiations, they want to push us to take pages of concessions. To name a few, they want to limit our union activity. They want to take our right to strike away. Just not right. As a resident, I ask you to do what's right by your staff and what's right for the residents of this city. Thank you.
Anthony's next, then after that is Jeanette Cordelius. I think I say it right.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Anthony Smith. I am arborist, tree inspector for Local 363, Minneapolis here. I'm also a union steward and rank and file member for the local union. And I want to point out that some of what we're dealing with is sort of unfair, arbitrary issuing of the progressive disciplinary policy, and that sort of builds a toxic work environment, and it creates distrust amongst the staff and management. I know that currently there is a unfair labor practice charge filed against the park board, and this is done because no one will meet and confer with us to discuss these issues that we have along the way. There are currently 6 Step 5 grievances sitting on Mr. Bangora's plate right now. These grievances have not been met with or discussed in any meaningful way with union representation to this point. That is a complete waste of tax dollars and resources, and I encourage you to meet with us and discuss these issues that we're having with these grievances, and to encourage your staff to address these issues before they end up on your plate. Thank you.
Jeanette?
Greetings, my name is Jeanette Corsilius, and I'm a member of OPEIU Local 12. I work for the Minneapolis Federation of Teachers as a community organizer. In my role, I've had many meetings at our Minneapolis Parks and Recreation Centers with parents and students that I've organized. They really value the accessibility of these spaces. I've been learning about the troubles that our Parks and Recs workers have been facing. It's imperative that we treat our workers with respect, that we pay them well, and meet their demands. MPS students, families, and community members love their park system, and I do too. I'm an avid bike rider, runner, and lover of all of our lakes and our Mississippi River. I've been amazed by our park system, but I've also seen the rankings go down based on decisions made by this body. If you listen to the workers who are represented by LIUNA 363, this nationally recognized system can return to its former glory. I yield the rest of my time. Listen to the workers.
Thank you all. That is our last speaker. I will now close our open time and go back to Assistant Superintendent Schroeder and his presentation.
President Forney, Commissioners.
Who are we? 363! Who are we? 363! Who are we? 363! What do we want? Fair contract! When do we want it? Now! What do we want? Fair contract! When do we want it? Now! We don't get it! Shut it down! 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 We don't get it! Shut it down!
President Forney, Commissioners. I'll resume here just talking a little bit about some of the risks and liabilities that we see. First of all, noting that there's no dedicated source of funding for ongoing maintenance and rehabilitation. This is in particular the Stevens House, but as we've noted before, our historic and iconic homes have the same issue. Particularly this particular structure, its remote location within the park makes it difficult to surveil and secure. So we end up with a lack of ability to fully protect a historic home. We are also facing some of the backlash and probably the cause of the fires just in relation to early settlements, colonization, and the indigenous populations, as some have noted. And then lastly, and maybe not lastly, but at least on this slide, we don't have a mission that's fully aligned with historic preservation the way some other organizations might have. Some of the concerns relate to media attention. We know the Star Tribune has been looking carefully at the structure even before the fires, trying to understand how it can be better used. There's public concern noted about the condition of the home, and as I noted before, under risk, we really don't have funding to be able to perpetuate this home the way it probably should be. Under considerations, we have legal, mission, and funding issues that we want to be able to address, or financial implications. Legal responsibility, this is a structure that we own. We took it on some decades ago and agreed to perpetuate it as a historic structure. It's part of the Minnehaha Historic District. We have to look closely to see how this fully aligns with our mission as a Parks and Recreation organization. We do have things in our comprehensive plan about respecting the past, and we have to figure out how this house might fall within that mission. And then we have to continue looking at funding, recognizing that some evolutions of the structure or activities in the structure may not be affordable based on or consistent with what we have for funding sources right now. So we've looked at a very high level at 4 different directions, and this is where we'll want to get some kind of narrowing of directions for us. We can restore the structure, leave it essentially where it is. We can restore and possibly relocate it. We could convey it to another entity, which I think would require restoring it and then conveying it to another entity, and also removing it altogether. So under the first category, we note that there are other organizations across the country that have created historic home trusts. We don't have that, but this would be a separate organization that would be responsible for all of the things related to maintenance operations and programming of the structure. We could develop new programming in concert with a new partner, a house-specific agreement, similar to what we might have had with the Junior League or with the Johnny Stevens House Friends. We could develop our own programming aligned, but noting, as we did before, budget is an issue here. We could secure this structure in its current location and not provide community access. It's essentially mothballing it following a restoration process. And the last one we kind of tossed in here is that it's possible that we could repurpose this for staff. There's no mandate that the activities that go on inside the structure have to be historic. The outside of the house and aspects of the house have to maintain historic integrity, but we could be operating different things inside of it. As we look at conveying it to another entity, we would have to find a partner to relocate this, possibly either to a new park or an entirely new agency. We don't know who would be taking the structure, but certainly I think that one of the mandates for that would be to restore it and then try to convey it. We could restore it and then put it into a secure location, kind of making certain that we have a way to protect it and in a location where it can be better surveilled. And we could look at removing it. This is a building that's under the jurisdiction, because of the Minneapolis Historic District, of the Minneapolis Heritage Preservation Commission. They can deny a demolition permit. It's appealable to the city council. The probable thing, if we were to remove it, is that we would have to be documenting it as we would with any historic structure that would be damaging or removing, or changing or removing. It's important that we look at the timeline we have for this, and it's not critical that we act, but I'll just put this in front. We had a resolution coming forward in January about this house and initiating a contract for restoration, and that was asked to be put on hold while we try to put some thoughts together in this. So we have those bids have been received. In our contracts, we allow up to 90 days to award that contract. That expires on April 3rd. A meeting on April 3rd would meet that. And if we allow that window to expire, we have to rebid the project. If the contract isn't awarded, or if we choose not to award it, then we would have to begin to look at either mothballing or removal as the primary options. So I can flip back to any of those if you need to. We wanted to provide you with a kind of high-level overview and hopefully gain some insights about what commissioners would want to see, so that we can begin to at least narrow the range of options before us, and so that we can be prepared to either act on the resolution that we had prepared in January to enter into a construction contract, or let the contractor know that we're going to set that aside and move in a different direction. I'm going to also just ask Secretary Ringgold if she has anything to add that would provide a little more context for commissioners.
President Forney and Assistant Superintendent Schroeder, I don't, but I will be able to help with answering questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. As a district commissioner for the current home of the Stevens House, I wanted to provide my colleagues with a little bit of context. There has been pretty intense interest in seeing this building restored by civic boosters of both Hennepin County and the city of Minneapolis. The name Minneapolis was chosen during a meeting held in this building. Hennepin County was incorporated in this building. The Minneapolis Public School District was created in this building. So setting aside the colonialization of the land, our city itself, as it exists now, a lot of that history came from this building. So I just wanted to make sure that you all were aware of those little factoids about the space before we proceed with our discussion today. I wanted to ask a clarifying question about the slide where you talk about costs associated with the various options potentially available to us. Under the currently bid project, which components of those costs are currently bid and funded?
It'd be in the first one, the restoration, essentially reestablishing the structure to the point that it was before.
Okay, and do we currently have enough insurance funds to cover the restoration work that would be required?
So it's my understanding we haven't settled with the insurer because we don't have a contract to award yet, but that would be one of the things that we would be working to get aligned, the insurance proceeds, to make certain the building could be restored to the state that it was in prior to the fires.
Okay, so if we wanted to add fire suppression or the ability to put cameras up so we know what's going on here without having to have a person there. Those are additional costs beyond what you've outlined there.
President Forney, Commissioner Musich, yes, so right, we would have to find a source for those other things, with the exception of design and engineering, which would be covered under the insurance proceeds.
Okay, thank you for that additional information. Knowing that, I guess if we were to proceed, I would really love to see the board seeking out additional partnership opportunities around programming this space, around ensuring that we're not just telling the history of the white people that moved here, but also the people that lived here when they got there, so that it becomes a bit more comprehensive in terms of history of the land. And I'll have to think about it a bit more and hear what my colleagues have to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson, I think, was next.
Thank you, President Forney. I just want to echo a lot of what Commissioner Musich said. I would absolutely hate to see this not be restored. Yeah, I mean, just so many things happened in that building. I could regale you, of course, with my childhood in the park and how proud I was, much like the district commissioner, to be like close to this thing. I figure if 130 years ago, 50 million school children dragged it down the road, it might be important for us to salvage it now. That said, I recognize some of the cultural issues of our current climate, and it would be great to, again, have a partner. I know that, not necessarily this, but when you mentioned staffing, I know that the Parks Foundation leases the Longfellow House from us, and I mean, we can have a sort of think outside the box, even in the short term, as long as it means restoring it in some capacity where we can become net financial neutral at the very least, hopefully. So those are my thoughts. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Olson, I believe, is next.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take a little bit of a different position and be a little blunt. I really don't care about this house at all, and it seems like an albatross around our neck, and I don't think the history is relevant. I think if you ask most folks in the city about this house or use our parks who engage in the many different ways what this is, they wouldn't know, and they wouldn't, you tell them, you show them, and they say, oh, that's interesting, kind of, and whatever. And there's no guarantee, like $125,000 for fencing, there's no guarantee that would be maintained and all that. I mean, if we can have insurance funds to be neutral, to restore it and then hand it off to someone else, sure, but I would really prefer getting rid of it and putting up a nice safe plaque and some signage and some more interpretation of the overall history of our park and the history of it, or, you know, moving it on. I just really, as you kind of mentioned in the presentation, I really don't see how this aligns with our current mission. It's not relevant. It seems like a waste to me.
Thank you. Commissioner Elper?
Thank you. Would using insurance proceeds increase our premiums?
President Forney, Commissioner Alper, I don't know, and I don't know if Director Wiseman is here and could respond to that. Well, we would have to, we'll get an answer for you.
That'd be great, because I know we've seen increased premiums due to arson, due to the issues of maintenance, not maintenance, excuse me. We've materials. Well, I remember distinctly premiums going up, so that's why I wanted to ask. Well, I think you're talking about mission alignment, and I have to say, when I think about our mission, I'm looking at the MPRB goals behind in front of me. I think about people, and I think about nature, and I really think we got to be thinking about the school children of tomorrow and not the school children of yesteryear in our decision making. So I personally would like to see the following priority order of actions taking. So one would be to convey to another entity as is. I would welcome giving it to somebody, some other organization who values that, who would like to see this continued in the current form. Although I think the photo is great. I think it could be done in an exhibit. I don't think it needs to be I don't think we need to capture that history as is. So that's behind my thought process on it. The second priority would be remove, and the third priority would be restore for staff use.
Thank you. Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah, I also want to mention one other tidbit that Commissioner Musich didn't. I read it online, I think it's true, but this is where the idea for the state fair originated, was also in this building, just to throw that in for fun. I do think that it is not mentioned in our mission that we have that of historic preservation. That is true. But we also have been gifted, through the nature of our organization, many historic structures throughout our system. We have WPA walls, we have the Superintendent's house, we have the Art Godfrey house, we have the Longfellow house. For us to not restore this, I think isn't consistent with what we are doing across the board on our other entities, other historic structures. And so that's why I think it's right for us to restore it and look for a partner. We have a strong relationship with the Women's Club and the Art Godfrey House that has been beneficial to both organizations. So I do think, with the interest that Commissioner Musich has mentioned within the broader civic community, that it would be not a good look for the park board not to try to make something happen, because we would be the bad guy. And ultimately, for us to reduce ourselves and eliminate a historic structure because of an arsonist and because of a crime against public property is not a direction we want to head. And so I would be supportive of trying to restore and look for a strong partner.
Vice President Benny.
Thank you for the presentation. I agree with Commissioner Schaefer completely.
President Forney, I'll note that Director Wiseman is here and can respond to the question. Thank you.
Please share.
President Forney and Commissioners, as you recall, we approve our property insurance contract annually in September. Our property premiums did increase, largely due to the payout at Bede-Makaska. So it's already increased based on the frequency of claims and the severity of the claims. The other thing that they did increase this year because of the Stevens House conversation is they went back and looked at the properties that we insure, and they increased the property values of these historic and iconic structures to make sure that, which also increased our premiums already.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any of their lights. It's a real conundrum, I guess is the best way to say it. And I'm hearing, distinctively different issues here. I was not at the St. Anthony Heritage Falls Board meeting, but I understand that there was a grant that was approved, right? And it was to look at how do we look at the colonialized history, but bring in the voices that, as I say, have been untold, have been unamplified. And I don't know how we can apply that possibly here, but I feel we have a responsibility. But at the same time, is there an entity out there that possibly is better equipped at this? His name is escaping me. History Museum right across from MIA. Anyway, called me right after, and thank you, Hennepin County. But anyway, the director called me right after the whatever fire it was, the second one or whatever. And so there is a strong interest in having it preserved. Whether or not there's the funds, whether or not there is the programming, that is a real conundrum. So I'm not sure I'm giving you anything clear as far as what to do. Frankly, I would like to maybe have some skids put on the bottom of it, and if there are some kids that can be moving it, at least it's prepared for that. I'm sorry for being a little light about it. But thank you for the presentation, and hopefully it gave you a little nugget here to move forward with it.
Thank you. I think we have direction to at least bring something back to the board relative to the current contract, and we can be moving forward after that.
Thank you. So then we will move back to Planning Committee, moving the resolution that we skipped over with the hope that somebody would have come for public or open time.
Yep. On behalf of the Planning Committee, I'd like to move Resolution 2023-250, resolution rejecting encroachment permit application for use of land in front of the subject property at 1261 West Minnehaha Parkway, encroaching upon parkland at West Minnehaha Parkway located within Minnehaha Parkway Regional Trail.
Second.
Discussion, Vice President Abetney.
Yes, President Forney. I would like to make a motion to postpone this until the April 3rd meeting. The staff has been working very hard on this. I really, to buy some coffee for people. And they're really coming to, I think, finally a good agreement with the property owner that's, I think, mutually, there's mutual agreement here of a path forward. And I think by that next meeting, it should be completed. So if we can postpone, I would like to move to postpone this until April 3rd.
Second. Thank you. Okay, any discussion on that? I think it's a wise idea, personally. You don't want to discuss it?
What I said, basically, the agreement is they're coming to terms, literally terms, so it's working out.
Based on that then, all those in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That action carries. On to reports of officers. Superintendent Bangor, please.
Thank you, President Forney and Commissioners. As always, we'll make sure we highlight a lot of the great things we do in the park system, and we'll go through our strategic directions and look forward to sharing this information. So the first one is Strategic Direction A, Act Boldly for Our Climate Future. This is around energy and climate initiatives, which kind of highlights a lot of things that we're doing within the park system. So one of the things we're doing is we're switching NPRB to 100% solar and wind generated electricity. We're talking about system-wide conversion of light fixtures to LED models, and about 25% complete with that project, and we're working to do that through our system. We continue to add electric small equipment and vehicles. Southside Operations Center has 6 full-service charging stations, and they're able to serve a variety of models of vehicles. For 2023, approximately 24% of NPRB's solid waste was diverted to recycling, 15%, and organics, 9%. So we continue to keep doing the good work around our energy and climate initiatives, and so I'm proud of the organization and also the work that's continuing to do around that. So thank you to our staff. Strategic Direction B, cultivate each community's place and honor cultural traditions in Minneapolis parks. And I think the slide will change in a second. We're going to be talking about Black History Month events. This year's Recreation hosted several Black History Month events citywide. Just to highlight a couple, and we'll have a slide up here in a second. North Commons held an event that focused on empowering young girls to embrace their cultural heritage through self-expression. This event featured a hands-on workshop where girls learned the art of braiding hair to foster a sense of pride and connection to their roots. No pun on that one, right? East Phillips hosted multiple events, including a workshop with the drumming instructor who taught and played traditional songs. Youth who participated in the event were able to create their own self-authored song. And then stand-up music video made at Harrison Spark Studio. And I believe Assistant Superintendent Kalb had sent this to you all. And if you had a chance to look at the video, it's really cool. Really amazing. So just to celebrate the Honor Black History Month, teens Denzel and Ron from Harrison Park decided to record a cover of the song Stand Up at the Spark Studios. They completed the project in 3 weeks, 1 week for recording vocals, 1 week filming, and 3 of their friends, and 1 week editing. They were eager to share their creation with friends and family and requested that we post it on our Spark Studio YouTube channel. I've watched it over and over several times. Tears in my eyes. No, I'm just kidding. I'm so proud. So check it out, please. Take a look at it. Stand Up was originally written by Joshua Brian Campbell and Cynthia Arrivo for the motion picture Harriet. And just really proud of those young folks that took the time to do it. It's quite an effort, but it's really exciting to see the creativity and ingenuity of these young people and honoring sort of Black history. So very, very proud of them, so thank you. Strategic Direction C, implement quality youth and intergenerational programs. What can I say about the World Cup at Worth? The Sifo Lopet Cub, that was on February 17th to 18th, World Cup races with Community Ski Day on February 19th. So we estimate 20,000 spectators per day at the World Cup races. I had the incredible privilege of being there and witnessing really over 700 volunteers that really made this happen. But of course, the Lopet and Claire, just incredible, but I'll keep going. The community event included opportunities to ski the course and family fun activities. The park board provided support in planning and permitting. During the event, our officers were there, and we had NPRB ambassadors on site helping address questions. One quick thing, when I got there, I was talking to our officers, and it was cold, and they disappeared. I couldn't figure out where they went. And so I worked my way over to the VIP tent, and they were in there having hot cocoa. And so I said, next time I got to remember to follow these guys and know where they're going. So, of course, I gave them a hard time because they beat me to it. But they did great work, and the volunteers were amazing seeing our staff there. They were great. One of the announcers called it the best event on Worth, and that's such a privilege to hear that. And I did hear from people at that event that this is one of the best Lopet events they've ever, or best ski events they've ever been to. Not only from the people that attended it, but from the organizers. And I'm so proud of that and what Claire and her team, everybody did, all of us. But so free admission was provided due to the support of the Share Winter Foundation. And I'd like to say, of course, congratulations to Lopet Foundation for a safe, fun, and a world-class event. And I can't express, to have this first event in 23 years on U.S. soil at Theodore Wirth Park was really something absolutely incredible. And to see Jesse Diggins and to see these athletes going right past us in front of us was just once-in-a-lifetime thing, and I hope that it comes back to Minneapolis at Theodore Wirth, because the response we're getting was that it was just absolutely flawless. And it also emphasizes the uniqueness of a private and public partnership. And I'm so proud of that. And it was great to see fellow commissioners there, of course. And so thank you so much. And it was really wonderful. What an amazing event. Strategic Direction D, care for our park assets to meet evolving needs and practices. Warm weather ends ice skating season early, which we're all aware. So due to the mild weather in early February, the ice skating season ended abruptly. In response, the maintenance crews have been working to remove mobile warming rooms as quickly as possible, inventory, and brand supplies, as well as pull down runways and skating rinks. The warmer weather also prevented teams from judging and awarding a winner for the Golden Boot, a prize for the best rink across the NPRB system. In addition, the team had shifted schedules and locations to account for the lack of maintenance needed for rinks and site where rinks were located. Teams have started to look toward getting ahead of work normally done in the spring. And I heard that from several commissioners that this is an opportunity now to move forward and do the extra work now to really get ahead of this unusual weather. So teams have started to look toward getting ahead. I already said that. So yes, we're working towards that. So thank you. New metal fascia installed at Waban Park. The carpentry staff installed a new metal fascia over the new wood fascia they installed to give the bathroom building at Waban Park a nice new look. The carpentry team worked together to replace some of the rotted out main structural beams and then installed the new metal fascia. This project turned out great, and we plan to do some more same process on other buildings as we have time in the future. And the funny thing is my wife's family, the Arredondo family, had a reunion there this summer. I remember in my being in the position I am, I looked up and I saw those boards up there, and I remember going, God, that needs some attention, and they did it. And I didn't even call them. So it was really amazing. Yeah, it was really cool. So that just shows how much they're on this, so it's pretty cool. Strategic Direction E, steward our natural resources. AIS update. As you can see from the map, boaters who use Minneapolis lakes also visit lakes across the state.
Wow.
Watercraft inspectors play an important role in protecting our lakes from aquatic invasive species. In the past year, 6,155 watercraft inspections were completed at our lakes. 728 watercraft contained AIS threats, which is about 12% violation rate. The AIS threats were removed by hand. Many kudos are due to our diligent, eagle-eyed watercraft inspectors who can find zebra mussels smaller than fingernails, an example you'll see on the right next to the pen. If you know anyone who would like to be a watercraft inspector, we're hiring. See our website for details. And I stop by many times, and I know that I'm sure as we work around our lakes and we see our AIS inspectors, I stop by and I talk to them, and they tell stories about how proud they are of recognizing and removing this. And it's just an example of that. So I'm incredibly grateful for the work that they do to keep our lakes safe and not transferring zebra mussels to other parts of our state. And again, the great work that we do every day in our park system. President Forney, Commissioners, that's all I got. So thank you very much for your time. And if you have any questions, we are available.
Thank you, thank you. Always exciting. Any questions, Commissioners, to the Superintendent? Not seeing any lights. We will go to petitions and communications, and I'll start with Commissioner Alper.
Great, thanks. I think I'd like to use my time, I realize I do have some questions. In the petitions and communications here, we have the MTAC annual report, and I'm wondering, I noticed the recommendations and appreciated them, and I'm wondering if they were voted on by MTAC members or how they were developed. I've gotten a lot of comments from the general public about the Siouxline Gardens, and we had a speaker here tonight, and I'm wondering also, is there a vote that is going to happen at the park board? I have that open question. I've heard that there's a April 1st deadline for Hennepin County's funding. I would just like to be prepared for that. And then with the Golden Boot, I'm wondering, when was this the first time ever that the competition wasn't able to take place? Just curious. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Olson.
Yeah, so had the pleasure of serving chili with our esteemed Vice President Benny couple last weekend at Bryant Square Park, and just wanted to give a shout out to folks at Bryant Square Park. It just seems like that, it seems to be like a pinnacle of what our recreation centers can be for a local community, and for folks gathering of all ages is just really fantastic and exciting to be around. So just wanted to give them a little bit of love.
Great. Commissioner Rucker.
I'll pass. I don't have anything.
Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, President Forney. I apologize in advance to my colleague from the north if I'm stealing your thunder, but as I think the only snowboarder sitting up here today, I do want to let everyone know that this weekend at Theodore Worth, Burton Snowboards, my former employer, Go Rider Services, is coming in to bring their mystery series and give people an opportunity to explore the sport, meet athletes, really get a feel for what snowboarding is all about. So it's a fun event. It's a great opportunity to expose yourself to what snowboarding is in an urban environment. You don't have to go to the mountains to do it. And get out there and shred some rad, everybody. Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, President Forney. No, you did not steal my thunder. I'd completely forgotten. I hesitate to say this, except for it compromised me as I was coming here. Sometimes doing this job is really hard with my other job. And today was one of those days. Seeing all the union people here, people might know that Commissioner Menz and I are teachers with MPS. It's an incredibly challenging job, probably always, but right now, this last week has been particularly hard. So I guess I just wanted to own that, because even as we were in open time, I started getting teary just from stuff that happens at school. And it's sometimes hard to sit here and listen and talk about all these things when there's just so much, and you probably can appreciate that. From dealing with homeless students to students who are being forced to work all night illegally at factories, and I try to figure out what factories they are in the city, all in a language that I don't speak. And then I went for a walk last Thursday with my son, and there was a drive-by shooting where a young man's life was lost just a few blocks from my house and a few blocks from where we were walking. And I'm just constantly reminded of how perilous it is right now in our city for children. And it just on repeat breaks my heart. And today was just hard. It was hard, genuinely, it was really hard to just even get here today. That being said, I did the polar plunge on Saturday. And I was really grateful that President Forney was there, and I'm grateful. I said I was there with the presidents because President of the City Council, Elliot Payne, jumped with us too. So grateful to staff that were there. We had a fun time. And as always, it is my immense privilege and honor to get to represent the North Side and to get to sit on this body. And it's never lost on me because of my other job, how much, what a duty and responsibility, and just with immense gratitude that I do this. So thank you all for being you. Thank you.
Commissioner Menz.
Thanks, Commissioner Thompson. It is a hard job. We got to find the positive. And I'm sorry for not plunging with you. I felt very guilty. Just to reiterate, that our families and our children do need us every day. And one way that we can really engage young people in the parks is through our spring sports. And I would encourage you to really push out and get people registered for the spring sports so that we can get people to the community fields and enjoying community. It is one of the most joyful times in the park system to see families consistently going to places where they're in community. I really want to shout out the maintenance staff. And I know that there's discussions of getting fields ready and getting on top of the weather, making lemonade out of lemons, and making sure that the children can get out there sooner. One thing that's been really helpful is Jack Barsh, who permits all of our fields, working to make sure that we're connecting with our school partners and our other RBI partners to make sure that those fields are ready in time or as close to time as we possibly can. It is essential for keeping kids engaged. Those spaces right now are incredibly important. Also, I'd like to just briefly comment on the unfortunate fact of our ice rinks this year and the article that came out in the newspaper by Susan Dew. It's upsetting that we have to spend so much money and so much labor maintenance. Those maintenance workers do so much hard work doing that. And I'd also like to reiterate that those ice rinks do take up time for the community as well. When the lights are on early, I get consistent complaints about the lights being on so early. And I say, well, it's really great for us to have ice rinks. So there's lots of things. I mean, I could ramble for a long time. There's a lot going on in our districts, in my district in particular. This job, like Commissioner Thompson said, we own this job as something that is really, really important. And I really enjoy seeing the workers come out. We need to take care of our workers. And I know that we think we're doing enough, but we need to do more. And we need to make sure that we are putting a high value on their workload. And if we have to sacrifice other things, then we need to do that. That the workers of this organization, speaking as someone who has fathered one of them, there is a strong pride in working for the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board. And I know all of you out there feel that. And we need to make sure that we are hearing them and understanding. And we have an opportunity with our budget. It's going to be a struggle. It's going to be difficult. But it is essential for us to build our culture back to where we can all feel like we're working towards one common goal. And one of those common goals is our families and our children. So sign your kids up for spring sports and hope to see you out there.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes, I'll just address some of the questions that Commissioner Albert had mentioned around the Sioux line. First of all, I just want to thank commissioners for being patient and listening to all the community voices during this process. June 30th is the actual deadline that Hennepin County has to have all their approvals in line for. If they don't, in order to not lose their federal funding. They've already had a delay of a year. They requested a delay, and June 30th is the deadline. So we should be hearing something soon. This is something that Assistant Superintendent Schroeder and myself had been meeting with the community almost 3 years. We all heard about this issue before the election, and my position has stayed the same since that time. And just to highlight two things that haven't been mentioned, in order for the grade of the ADA access to where it hits the greenway, there is information that says the greenway is going to have to be raised 3 feet at that point. That's something that hasn't been highlighted a lot, but would be not something that me as a bicyclist really would be excited about coming through that section. And then, of course, crossing a bike lane to get to a pedestrian walking lane is kind of a safety concern. Those are two things I haven't heard much about. But I just want to say, be patient. We haven't heard a lot from Hennepin County. The fact that it's been 2 years of our term, that they haven't even had a presentation, is surprising to me as a commissioner, and really doesn't really speak to a level of respect that I might have anticipated. And I don't want to read into anything, but I'm just sharing. And I know many of you have been with us from the beginning. Commissioner Alper was at the beginning with a lot of discussions, and many of you have participated and spent a lot of time with the gardeners and others. So I just want to say thank you for your engagement on this issue.
Thank you, Vice President Benne.
I'll pass. Thank you, President Forney.
I was honored to be invited to by Chief O'Hara to speak to our park police because they were strategizing for this coming season, I believe. Anyway, and I was sitting with our park police person, anyway, who was organizing the polar plunge. And I started feeling I need to have their back. And I'm not sure if everybody realizes that the Special Olympics is, yes, what the money is being raised for, but it's put on by all of the police forces. And so that's why I decided to jump, is that I felt I needed to be there. It was a delight, and I'm so grateful that President Payne was there. Anyway, I hope more people will realize just how significant that is. It really is an amazing event, and we should be proud that it's held, in our park system. So yes, I was at that. And then I just wanted to mention that Vice President Abeni and I Zoomed with, or teamed, whatever it was, with the president of the Vancouver Park Board. And they are an independent park board, which is unique. I think we are all realizing. They unfortunately, though, are at threat of being dissolved, and so they've asked for some wisdom from us of why it's so important. But more importantly is that we hope that they will be coming, and their staff, to Greater and Greener. And I realize that the majority of us are going to be going to that, as well as staff. And so we hope to have a time together and do a real sharing. And hopefully it will be at the beginning of our time in Seattle. So I look forward to that because I think it could be a real learning experience because we are truly unique. It's pretty amazing. And then I would also like to say that we have a birthday here by one of our staff members, somebody who's very, very essential to us, and that's Katie Dennison. Katie, I know you're back there someplace. Happy birthday for you. We have a card that we'd like to share with you. On that, I will then adjourn the meeting and move to, what are we going to? Excuse me? Operations, sorry. That's you.
The time being 6:28 p.m., 29 p.m., I will call to order the Operations and Environment Committee. Secretary Ringgold, can you please take the roll?
Commissioner Benny.
Present.
Commissioner Menz.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Vice Chair Alper.
Present.
Chair Musich.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Could I please get a motion to adopt our agenda for this evening?
So moved.
Seeing no lights, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. We do have some minutes. Would someone like to move the minutes from January 19th of 2023?
I can move the minutes from January 19th, 2023.
I see no lights. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. This evening, we have a study report item. We are joined by Rachel Crabb, our Water Resources Supervisor, and we will be discussing Lake Nokomis and Cedar Lake's blue-green algae bloom mitigation projects. I also would like to thank James Whisker from the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District for joining us this evening. It's always nice to see your smiling face in the audience.
All right. Chair Musich and Commissioners, I'm here to present the study item to you tonight on the blue-green algae mitigation project that the water quality team has been working on. This is the result of multiple 100-plus page reports and several hours of technical meetings, so I'll be giving you just the most critical details. So tonight we'll start with an overview of our blue-green algae issues, since the board has a little bit of a different composition today than it did when the project started. Then we'll discuss the project, recommended approaches for mitigating the blooms that we're having, potential funding sources, the steps that we've taken so far, and those to come. So first, what are harmful algal blooms? Harmful algae blooms refers to an overgrowth of certain types of algae that can actually be toxic. It's a problem with many names. HABs, blue-green algae, cyanobacteria all refer to the same thing. Harmful algal blooms can be a human health concern when certain species of cyanobacteria produce toxins that can be harmful to people and animals. So it's not just an aesthetic issue, it can be a public health issue. And our goal is to keep our lakes fishable and swimmable. Blue-green algae blooms are increasing in our region and worldwide for a whole variety of reasons. There have even been blue-green algae blooms documented at Lake Superior beaches, but it's an issue here too, where lakes are central to our identity as a city. And it's important to have some context. There are many things in lakes that are green and can have an ick factor, but they're not harmful. Filamentous algae, which we'll be seeing very soon this spring, which apparently is now, is ugly but non-toxic. And some of our lakes are prone to high levels of duckweed growth, which is a plant and it's food for waterfowl, but it can be unsightly and stinky. Blue-green algae looks more like spilled paint on the water. So why are we talking about this now? At MPRB, we're seeing more frequent and more severe blooms in recent years. Both Cedar Lake and Lake Nokomis have had a history of cyano blooms. On the left picture, Cedar Lake had a whole lake bloom in 2020 that had a thick red scum and some during the season's blooms. Lake Nokomis also has regular red blooms in winter, in addition to significant algae issues during the swim season. And both of these lakes have beaches that attract thousands of swimmers each year. There have even been several reports of ear, eye, sinus, and flu-like complaints on Lake Nokomis that could be consistent with blue-green algae exposure. The other reason we can talk about this now is we actually have standards to compare our water to. Both the MPCA and the World Health Organization have some standard levels that have been exceeded during our swim season at certain beaches at certain times. MPRB uses the MPCA standard in our swim program since it was designed to be protective of children. So we have two lakes with similar problems with cyanobacteria blooms of varying severity at different times of year, and the lakes have some structural differences. So how can we frame this problem so it can be studied and mitigated? So first, our staff did a national search IDing companies that are best suited to this work, and we ended up choosing Bar Engineering, who is in our own backyard, because they're positioned to do all of the pieces that we needed to do in the study. So we started first by identifying the specific stressors causing the beach season and off-season blooms. Then we screened a whole host of structural and non-structural mitigation strategies that could address these blooms. And then we created planning level cost estimates for the most promising strategies so that we could determine which of those productive strategies are actually feasible to do here at the Park Board. So first, the stressor analysis. We were able to rule out some potential stressors right away. These were items that we couldn't change, or there was no strategy to alter them to create predictable results. So we focused on stressors that were understood or where we could have an effect. And as it turned out, internal recycling of phosphorus was a key stressor where management actually can have an effect. So as we looked at our MPRB data and our lake chemistry, it was clear that there's a set of conditions in our lakes that are likely exacerbating blooms. So due to warming temperatures and a longer growing season, our lakes are actually stratified for a longer time. That is, the top and the bottom of the lake is not mixing. And when this happens, deep water loses oxygen. And when this nutrient-rich sediment at the bottom of the lake is in low oxygen conditions, a chemical reaction occurs where phosphorus that should be bound into the sediment is released into the water where it's food for algae. Also, the specific types of blue-green algae found in our lakes are able to access this deep water phosphorus source and outcompete other types of non-toxic algae. So this slide is showing maps of Cedar Lake and Lake Nokomis. The red dots are where the sediment was tested, and the more red the dot, the higher amount of phosphorus that the sediment is capable of releasing. And these reddish dots are quite high release rates. So we know from our monitoring data that we have the right conditions for phosphorus released from the sediment. And from the sediment data, we know that there are high levels of phosphorus ready and waiting to be released when the conditions are right. So next in the study, we screened many different management options and thought about the sources of phosphorus that those options worked against. So first, we thought about external load reductions that deal with the new phosphorus in lakes. That's the phosphorus that washes into water bodies every time it rains through stormwater. And both Cedar Lake and Nokomis have had significant past investments to address external loads from large areas of their watersheds. This doesn't mean that there's no external load, but that this load has been reduced pretty significantly. In the study, we looked at where there were additional opportunities to address this load, but the scale of what we could do didn't seem to be a significant driver of the blooms. The second source of phosphorus to lakes is that legacy phosphorus that's been building up over time, recycling inside the lake itself. And we looked at techniques that could address this driver both reactively and proactively, with some cost estimates to determine feasibility. So the first reactive approach we looked at was treating the blooms directly with algicide, and this turned out to cost between $2.5 to $9 million over about 20 years. So several factors actually led us to rule out this strategy. It is the most expensive strategy we looked at, and because it's experimental, there's a lot of data collection needs to get timing and dosing critically at the right time. We ruled out the products that would damage lake life, which we thought made sense with our IPM. That happens to be the less expensive projects. So for a host of reasons, this approach didn't seem feasible. Then we started to look at proactive approaches. And the first set of proactive approaches we looked at were oxygenating the deep water in lakes. And since Cedar and Nokomis are a little bit different from each other, the projects would be different, but they would cost about $1.3 to $2 million per lake. And that's over about 20 years. Now, this process actually prevents the conditions that allow sediment to release phosphorus. It works really well in drinking water reservoir operations, but we would be giving up parkland and views for some small buildings, piping, and diffusers in the lake. And these systems would require staffing. And if these systems aren't constantly running, then the blooms could come back very quickly. So because of that, this didn't seem like the best strategy at this time. So the next group of proactive strategies we looked at were sediment inactivation. That's adding a product to the lake that actually inactivates and binds to the phosphorus on the bottom of the lake, and that's about $1 to $1.5 million per lake. So these are like I said, these are products that bind to the phosphorus, so it can't release. And we looked at two different products, alum and Phoslock. And in comparing these two options, alum has a very long history of use all over the state, all over the country, including the lakes in Minneapolis during the Clean Water Partnership projects. The dosing and project longevity is quite defined for alum, so it gives us a lot of insurance and a lot of knowns. And the chemistry in our region is really suitable for alum. In some regions, it's not suitable, and those areas might use Foslock, which is more expensive, but here, alum appears to be much more cost-effective. So for these reasons, this came out as the project that had the most return on investment for us over about a 20-year time horizon. So just to sum up our strategies, at Lake Nokomis, the phosphorus internal load was seen to be the stressor that would give us the most control over blue-green algae. We would still want to continue carp management that this board has talked about in the past. We would want to continue to look at watershed nutrient control where and when opportunities arise. And anytime we would do a project that would clear up water, you have to consider aquatic vegetation management. When the water clears up, a lot more plants can grow, and we have to be ready for that. A really similar story at Cedar Lake, that controlling the phosphorus internal load is probably the most effective strategy. But again, we'd want to continue to look for areas in the watershed that there can be additional nutrient control. And again, aquatic vegetation management needs to be considered. And there are some opportunities to enhance the aquatic plant community in the lake. So now the technical work is complete. We have concepts established. We've been engaging our partners to talk about implementation, and we've ID'd some next steps. And to be in the best position for grant availability, we need to work with our partners to update certain plans. And then we also need to think about lake vegetation planning. So we've identified one potential source of funding. It's the Clean Water Legacy funding that Bowser grants each year. This is a very competitive grant source, but it funds similar projects statewide. One key to this process is that to get the most amount of points when the grant is awarded, it requires that a project appears in a local surface water management plan. This is a specific type of plan that cities and watersheds are required to have, but MPRB doesn't have this type of plan. So we would need one of our partners to update their plans, which means that a partnership is needed. But we are in luck. There's a new water-focused partnership being established by MPRB, the City of Minneapolis, and the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District. This is sort of a modern version of the very successful Chain of Lakes Clean Water Partnership, and it involves creation of an MOU, cooperative agreement, and a steering committee that this board heard about a couple of weeks ago. So in this partnership process, projects like this would filter into the process through a technical team. This is where I would be in this process, making problems for James and coming up with projects. Then the coordinating team, which would be executives within the organizations, would take these these projects and sort them to determine which ones have the best alignment across the three organizations, and then push the projects up to a policy steering committee, which would be made up of elected officials, decision makers from the three different organizations to decide which projects should move forward. In addition, this process really started around Minnehaha Creek, and there is a set of creek projects that are being used to sort of test the proof of concept of this structure, and those projects will move forward first. But then there's an opportunity for this structure to look at the watershed on kind of a management unit base, and that management unit could be a watershed, and these two lakes could be sort of test cases to do a proof of how watershed projects could filter through this team. And this seems to be the most effective, this seems to be the most promising strategy to move these projects forward at this time, and also would get us into position where if those plans need to be updated, the right vetting would happen so that the other organizations could say, yes, these are worthy projects worth going through the effort of updating plans, which has, their boards would have to approve, and there's a public comment period, and it's not a snap decision to do so. So just to summarize what you've heard tonight, MPRB is experiencing harmful algal blooms in several of our lakes, particularly Nokomis and Cedar. Our beach monitoring program is ongoing in the summer of 2024 to let people to to ensure we have safe swimming. We've identified some management strategies for Nokomis and Cedar in particular, and we're working to engage our partners and seek funding for implementation. And I'm able to expound on any of the parts of the project, and we have James here as well, who can answer questions on the partnership.
I don't see any lights, so I'm going to just jump in right away, and Commissioner Benny's going to have to hang on. So as a swimmer here in the city that also sees just how many people are using these lakes as a way to cool down on hot days, this seems like a very prescient and important issue. And I think what I'm hearing from you is we're going to be looking at least another season of potentially not awesome swimming conditions before we're able to take action. Is that correct?
It'll take some time to get everything in place, get plans updated, be able to apply for grants. In the most ambitious schedule, we could potentially apply for a grant that would, at the end of this summer, which would be implementation the following year. And that's just best case scenario, that there's not gap funding that we need to look for as well.
Okay, so the earliest it would be the C25 swim season, and potentially even longer if we're unable to find funding. Okay, and so I'm no expert, but I am a highly informed generalist. Alum treatments are not a cure-all. It's something that eventually doesn't serve to the same purpose as when it was initially applied. So my understanding, I guess, is that this is a Band-Aid that we're willing to put in place now as we continue to try other methods of mitigating the need for this. Is that an accurate statement?
I think the best strategy, I think you're going in the right direction. The best strategy is to have both strategies to control all of the new phosphates that's coming into the lake, that's the external load, and what's already there. So we've done some of that work with Cedar Meadows, with the ponds at Lake Nokomis. Richfield has done a lot of work. There's work that's gone on in St. Louis Park to reduce phosphorus, but there's still more. But those projects take a lot of time, especially in a fully developed area like Minneapolis.
Okay, so the intention would be, yes, we're going to use this Band-Aid, but also as the partnership moves forward, should this board choose to go on that path, we'd be looking at holistically what other things we can be doing to decrease that loading at the same time.
And you'll have to remember that you'll never eliminate the
100%
loading.
do it, yes.
So hopefully someone would be standing in front of this board in 20 or 30 years or 40 or 50 years the next time. You'd want to stretch that project and make it last as long as possible.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for that information. It looks like now I've inspired my colleagues to want to chime in. So Commissioner Benny, I believe your light was on first.
Thank you, Chair Musich. I was basically going to sort of ask the same questions and make the same comments. And so long as I think that the partnership's in place, I think the park board's doing some more work around stormwater management and how to do stormwater management differently in the parts of the system that the park board can affect. I think this is a good strategy. And I also think running it through that steering committee, particularly because this is in the watershed district, in the chain of lakes, is the right approach. What I wouldn't want to see is, like you're a night of partying and drinking, and then you throw up and think, good, I can drink some more. So what we need to do is do the alum treatment, but do the other things. Thank you.
Great
So I think that I think it's a very viable way to do it, because the one thing I'm actually really concerned about, in addition to the ongoing loading, the internal loading, but the temperature changes. That's the thing that I think is really kind of freaky with these blooms, and something that is totally beyond our control. So thank you for the great report, and I support finding a way to get this going.
Thank you.
And I apologize, I was so excited about my questions that I didn't notice if it was Menz or Schaefer that turned the light on next. So I'm going to let you guys work that out amongst you.
I really am wondering about Commissioner Benny's college years. We might have had fun together. My question was about volunteerism. Is there work that's being done? Like, how can volunteers engage in this work to sort of mitigate this process, or is it kind of just sciencey to, like, is it work that's not able to use volunteerism to mitigate?
I think there's some things that people can do on their own. How you take care of your own property, how you take care of your own yard, and also pushing the park board to make sure that we're taking care of doing our good housekeeping too. The actual alum treatment process is very technical and will have to be done by an experienced contractor. But we'll keep thinking about how to bring volunteers in and maybe do some participatory science, because there'll be a significant change in the lakes that people will be able to see. That's the idea anyway. And hopefully they like it.
Wonderful. Thank you for that question. Science is cool, and water science especially. And if people are looking for volunteer opportunities, we do look for volunteers to assist us in monitoring for invasive species. So if someone's interested in helping out with that, they should reach out to our water resources folks. And if they can't find them, to me, I'm happy to connect them. Commissioner Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you very much for initiating this partnership, and it's really exciting. So thank you for the creativity in that. I had a couple questions around the maintenance. Is this something, I noticed it was two-prong as I read through the attachments, both that it doesn't, that the bar report did not recommend harvesting milfoil because it pulls it and can spread it, and that it also talked about herbicide applications on a regular basis. Can you talk about those two a little bit more? Just so that I can understand those points that they made in the report. And then where is the funding for that maintenance piece coming from? Will that be part of the original ask for the alum treatment? Or is that something we're gonna have to look for funding for as we progress?
So any type of change in our vegetation maintenance would be separate from what I talked about tonight, and this board and the organization will have to decide what we're going to do and where our vegetation management planning points us. So we would want to evaluate current conditions and think about what our objectives are, and think about what our objectives are with invasive species and native species, and where we want our ecosystem services in our lakes to be at. And it was a recommendation in the bar report, at least for the first few years, to not use the harvesting machines in either of these lakes, because especially in Lake Nokomis, the harvesting machine would chop, well, we don't use the harvesting machine there, but the harvesting machine chops up the plants into very small pieces, and almost every single one of those pieces is capable of growing into a new plant. So if we're clearing up the lake water, we would not want to create fragments of invasive species that could grow into a thick forest of invasive species in the lakes. It would be a philosophical change for the park board to use herbicides in lakes, but this is also a very unique opportunity. It's almost once in a generation, and it's something to think about with this board and with our new IPM policy. The old IPM policy had a tolerance of 100% aquatic weeds in lakes. That's not really our tolerance level, because we have our aquatic plant harvesting program, but we'll have to think about what we want out of the lakes. In the Cedar Lake Master Plan, there was a real desire in the community to have a native littoral zone. That's the ring around the lake where aquatic plants grow. Right now, that's a mix of invasive and native species, and this would be, using chemical herbicides would be an opportunity to reduce invasive species and enhance that native community. It is a change, and it's something that we need to do a little bit of visioning about.
Yeah, I'm all supportive for that, and ASAP. The last thing we want to do is to be harvesting and creating more issues. So I really will lean into your expertise, but we spend a lot of money, transporting. Well, we don't as much as we used to, but I think that's something really that we should look into. And then, yes, I have been kind of looking for a report on the integrated pest management policy. that we heard about last year, and then we had the public comment period. So I'm looking forward to seeing what those public comments were. And I think this is a really helpful project for us to hold as we work through that together as a board, what some of the pros and cons are. Because the last thing we want to do is spend $1 million and not really have an understanding of what are we committing to, or what do we need to commit to really value the investment of these funds. So thank you for discussing that a little further.
Great, thank you for those questions, Commissioner Schaefer. I do have a follow-up question. If we are not using the harvester, but we're using the scuba teams to pull weeds, are they suggesting we shouldn't be doing that either?
No, we would still do the scuba harvesting because it's
Okay.
not fragment. It's not no fragments, but it's not 1 million fragments either.
Okay, so we would still be able to provide a weed-free swimming experience at the beaches.
Mhm.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Because I know that is a barrier for some people, the weeds, and so removing them makes it a more approachable experience swimming in a lake. I recently brought someone who was used to swimming in the ocean to swim in the lake, and it was a big hurdle for them. They were not okay with that. So it was good to be able to take them to a beach that didn't have weeds. One other thing I wanted to mention is that the IPM policy is coming before this committee in the next couple meetings. I don't have my computer with me right now, so I can't tell you exactly what meeting, but I think if it's not the next meeting, it's the one after that. Next meeting. People are nodding at me, next meeting. So next meeting, we will talk about integrated pest management. Commissioner Benny.
Thanks again. I just wanted to maybe just to manage expectations a little bit and just kind of lift up what you said, Ms. Crabb, that this is a couple years out too. So this is not something we can do this summer. This is a couple years out. It's going to go through the steering committee with the watershed partnership. So, but I think it's in the pipeline is how to think about it. So.
All right, seeing no further lights, thank you so much for joining us this evening, Ms. Crabb. Thank you so much for being here, Mr. Whisker, even though we didn't ask you any questions. Hopefully you felt the love up here for the intergovernmental cooperation, because it is important, and it is how we're gonna get water that we can swim in this city. So, yeah, without further ado, I will adjourn the Operations and Environment Committee. Oh, sorry, I pull that back. Earlier I misspoke. I made myself a note in one place and not the other. When we approved the meeting minutes, it wasn't January 19th, it was July 19th. So sorry about that, I missed noting that, but we didn't approve January meeting minutes, it was July meeting minutes, as you could see in the packet if you move past the first page. Thanks.
Now are you done? Okay, sorry. The time is 6:57 p.m. I will call the Administration and Finance Committee to order. Secretary Ringgold, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Musich. Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
Co-Chair Rucker.
Here.
Co-Chair Thompson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Can I approve the agenda?
I'll move.
Thank you. All those in favor of our agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Can someone please move the minutes for me from February 21st?
I'll move.
Thank you. All those in favor of approving the minutes, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. First resolution, would someone like to move that for us?
I'll move Resolution 2024-14. This is a resolution approving a customer agreement with Northern States Power Company, DBA XL Energy, to purchase 100% certified renewable electrical energy and authorizing the expenditure of up to $20,000 of the Sustainability Fund to cover unbudgeted utility costs that may arise due to this program in 2024.
Excellent. Shall we have a presentation? This is an interesting one. What? Oh, yes, we want one, even if we're not on the committee. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. This presentation is actually covering both item 1 and item 3. Sorry, they're not sequential. It turns out our agenda software is a lot harder to use than I was expecting. So this presentation is going to focus on the larger park system carbon footprint reduction, and concluding with the 2 actions in front of you tonight. So with no further ado, I will jump in. And there's the 2 items, 2024-14, the one that was just read, and 2024-51. Just as a review, 2018 to 2022, the Park Board adopted its first carbon footprint reduction goal, which was a 10% reduction by 2022. This board elevated that goal to 25% reduction from the 2018 level by 2026. The first thing we undertook when that 2018 goal was established was a baseline of the Park Board's carbon footprint so that we could figure out what to reduce. So I'd like to walk through a little bit of those original findings to remind everybody of the context of this work. So the first thing to look at is just this is our total emissions by their source. So 53% of it is direct result of our operations, 37% comes from our purchased electricity, and about 9% comes from indirect business travel, wastewater, things that we're not causing the emissions for, but that we use and consume as well. That chart is interesting, but not quite as useful as this one, which puts those exact same numbers into Park Board terminology, breaking it down by categories of our operations. This is probably not surprising to anybody who studies sustainability, but our buildings account for the largest by far portion of our emissions. So that's 60% of the total, followed by actually small engines and large engines, which make up just over 25%, and a miscellaneous operations, which includes quite a number of things, as you see spelled out there on the chart. It also does include some electricity, which is important to note for the rest of this presentation. So just to dig into these a little bit deeper, to understand how we targeted carbon reduction, this is from that first line, that 60% total, the electricity use, broken down by the types of buildings in the park system. I think worth highlighting is that the rec centers and ice arenas alone account for almost half of the total. This is the same chart, but with natural gas purchase. You can see here rec centers are sort of batting above their weight, accounting for 42% of the Park Board's natural gas usage each year. Our large engines, these are primarily vehicles. They consume a fair amount of diesel and gasoline, no surprise. This category also includes our business travel by air or reimbursable car travel for business purposes. This is about 13% of the total, making it significantly smaller than those first 2 pieces of the building puzzle. And similar profile to the large engines is our small engines. This includes everything from drivable mowers and Kubotas down to chainsaws and other equipment that we fuel up at our maintenance sites and bring around the city with us. And then you'll notice for fun here, there's a little bit of propane included in some of that. And that last category, those 4 categories, this is supposed to say miscellaneous at the top, not building. Pretend it does not say that. These are all the other things that we were able to measure in that original 2018 baseline analysis. None of these by themselves is a significant source of the total emissions, but it is important to acknowledge that these are producing emissions in our day-to-day operations. All of this is really to set the context for how we approached reducing our carbon footprint beginning in 2019 when this report was concluded. To make it simple, we put it into 2 big buckets, pursuing opportunities to reduce our total energy consumption across those 4 sectors, and then opportunities to switch to cleaner forms of energy. I'm not going to read through all of these, but I find that this is a helpful way to describe sort of the action plan, as it were, to accomplishing these goals. And just to highlight some of the things that fall into each of those 2 categories, between 2020 and 2021, we did in-depth building energy assessments on 5 of the Park Board's buildings that collectively accounted for 20% of our total energy usage, producing fairly exhaustive reports on things that could be done to this building, Southside Operations Center, the 2 ice arenas, and just for fun, we threw in the Minnehaha Pavilion. I actually can't remember why we did that, but for some reason we wanted to do 5 buildings. Those projects were phenomenally successful in my own words and the feedback I've heard from other staff. We were able to comprehensively replace the lighting fixtures in those buildings, including the room you're sitting in right now. But if anybody was in Parade Ice Arena both before this project and after, every fixture on that high ceiling was replaced one by one. Same at Southside. All our storage areas, our equipment shops. Not only is it more efficient, but all of those spaces are brighter and more pleasant to be in, which is lovely. And this project was great because we worked closely with Xcel Energy to get rebates on all of those fixtures we purchased and got back about $99,000 out of an original expenditure, which we put back into the sustainability fund where it came from originally. Overall, these 5 buildings accounted for a carbon footprint reduction of about 3.25% by themselves. This work did take place over months and months and was done entirely in-house by our trade staff, who really knocked it out of the park. There's really no other way to put it. So this is just a fantastic example of the reducing our total energy consumption bucket. Another one which is ongoing right now is our electrical shop is taking the lead on system-wide replacement of lighting systems, interior and exterior. This is both opportunistic, when things break, they replace it with better, higher energy efficiency models or LEDs, and not just the light bulbs. Again, we're talking the fixtures and the things that power the light bulbs. So that opportunistic, when things break, they replace it with better ones, but they're also proactively going out and replacing the entire lighting systems at our facilities proactively so that we can really get ahead of this. We don't just need to wait till they break, we can actually bring down our energy costs as we go. So a big shout out to them for that work. 25% of the way through the whole system is pretty impressive. In that other bucket, switching to cleaner energy sources, we have 6 charging stations that were installed at Southside Operations Center in about 2021, 2022. They went live. And to accompany that, there was an EV transition suitability analysis. Basically, we looked at the GPS signatures of all our vehicles, figured out where they park and how long, which ones would be good candidates for conversions to electric models based off that usage pattern of those vehicles. Which the equipment shop uses today to help figure out what we can buy and put in that bucket of cleaner energy. There are a lot more things going on at the park board, so this is more of a teaser, but on our public website is a new tool to look through our comprehensive plan strategies and our performance goals and sorting them by various different aspects, including down here, Strategic Direction A, Act Boldly for Our Climate Future. This tool is something I encourage you all to go explore. I think you'll hear more about it in the near future, but it's a great way for you to keep an eye on climate resiliency projects going on around the system because it's hard to keep up with all of them. There are quite a few. So kudos to Madeline Hudak for developing this fantastic reporting tool. This brings me back to the actual purpose for tonight, the 2 board actions. The first one, 2024-14. Sorry, I do not have the text there. Basically, this is a proposal for the park board to enroll its facilities in a subscription renewable energy program. So beginning first in 2009, the park board had a report that identified subscription renewable energy as a viable option to reduce emissions and reduce them quickly. In 2021, we took the initiative to enroll 48 premises in such a program called WindSource at the time from Xcel Energy. It was all of our rec centers, except for Phillips, because of the Aquatic Center. That one has a very different energy profile, so all the rest of the rec centers were included. And it reduced our carbon footprint by about 11% and helped us accomplish the meeting of that 2022 goal to do 10%. We were actually well over that. At the beginning of 2024, Xcel Energy notified us that they were rolling the existing WindSource program into Renewable Connect, a new program. And because we were already enrolled, we were at the front of the list to enroll as many other premises as we were interested in, if so desired. And just as last note here, this has no impact or bearing on our existing solar facilities, the solar generation on site, or any other ones we build. The more power we generate on site, the less we would buy through this program, but they're otherwise unconnected. Renewable Connect, it's an enrollment-based program, so it is opt-in. There is a limited capacity. If we decide not to pursue this option, that amount of kilowatt hours will go to the next person in line. Xcel Energy, through its certification partner, will retire renewable energy credits equal to 100% of the usage of the park board's electricity. So we're not buying a set amount, we are buying the amount we use each month. We have proposed to enter an agreement for 100% of our electrical energy. And the way the program works is you pay a small premium for that electrical energy from renewable sources. And then you also simultaneously get a fuel credit for, this is a double negative, for not consuming non-renewables. So basically for all the fuel and coal and such that we're no longer using by enrolling in this program, we get a credit back on our bills. This is some really fun math to try to model this. The premium is set year by year. The fuel credit changes every single month based off what Excel is paying for the fuel that they use. Some months we will actually have a net gain in this. Other months we're going to pay a slight increase in our total monthly electrical bill. Overall, the 10-year option, which is the longest one they offered, has the lowest premium, so we recommended that. And just for fun, this is that same chart you saw before, and I'm just going to take the electricity off of it so you can see how it will change the Park Board's carbon footprint profile. So buildings were previously at 60% of our total emissions. They would drop to 41, and you'll see engines and large engines, small engines, and miscellaneous operations become a bigger piece of that pie. This is obviously if we decide to move forward with this board action. But this is probably the chart you're more interested in, and please keep in mind these are estimated numbers. If this is adopted, I believe that it will put us at a reduction of approximately 37% from the 2018 baseline level. So that would accomplish our 2026 goal a couple of years early, which would allow us to focus on some of the specific projects and climate resiliency work that's already going on at the Park Board. Follow that up, this is the third item on your agenda, but the other action that's related to the carbon footprint, and that is reducing our energy needs. Our facilities use a tremendous amount of energy. We spent about $3.6 million between natural gas and electricity last year. And our buildings have changed quite a bit since they were first built in many, many ways. Something we don't have, let's just say we don't have fantastic information about all of those changes or what's in all of these spaces. In addition, technology and materials have changed significantly since these buildings were first built, or many of them. So in order for the Park Board to pursue reducing the amount of energy used in all these facilities, and I'm talking about the base of this pyramid on this chart here, we need a better understanding of our facilities. We don't have a comprehensive inventory of our interior spaces to the degree that would allow us to do energy modeling or things of that nature. So our proposal tonight is to partner with an entity that can help us do this. This is the Minnesota Energy Climate Corps. This is a new program under the Conservation Corps of Minnesota and Iowa umbrella. It is separate from the Conservation Corps teams that Natural Resources works with at the Park Board. This is a brand new program. It launched this last fall. So 2024 is their first year of full operations. And it turns out we share a lot of values. Their focus is on green jobs training, something the Park Board is supportive of. They are looking to create opportunities for young people in our communities. They have an explicit focus on serving historically marginalized populations and underrepresented populations in the green jobs industry. And they happen to love parks. The other groups that the Corps is working with to do their work is St. Paul Parks and Rec and the DNR. So they're getting very familiar with park buildings. But our proposal is to bring these Corps crews in, these new crews of young people, young adults, to do whole building energy assessments on all the buildings that we have not yet assessed, which is most of them. So those 4 buildings I mentioned before, the giant ones that make up 20% of our carbon footprint, that was a great place to start, and we made a tremendous impact. Our small and medium-sized buildings are kind of a different beast. The energy audit we did on this facility, for example, would be unnecessary at a space like a Lindale Farmstead Rec Center. That building is just not comparable to this one. However, the Corps is in need of buildings for their participants to learn about energy assessments in. We happen to have a lot of buildings, and they need them to practice in. So the cost to the Park Board to do whole building energy assessments on as many facilities as we can fit into the schedule is $0. And I do want to really emphasize this, particularly based off the last item on your agenda for tonight. A big benefit to the Park Board of this is that the Corps is going to be generating a ton of information, and they will be giving all of it to us. They will be doing energy modeling. They are measuring the buildings. They are listing all the appliances and the models and appropriateness of every system that they can see. I did a walkthrough with one of their teams at North Commons Rec Center in December, And it was a really fun excuse to give a tour of a building where everyone is distracted by the number of light fixtures. It was really, really great to see them at work. They calculated the building's square footage within 50 square feet by hand compared to the number I had. We also found some spaces in that building I did not know existed, which is evidence that we need better inventory, we need better information. That information, if it comes to us from this partnership, will live at the park board, something historically we maybe aren't the best at, but with an enterprise asset management system, this collecting and retaining this information so that we can improve our facilities in the future is more doable than ever and really meaningful for the first time. So all of that information that they collect and the energy modeling reports that they put together will come back to us and inform multiple groups of the park board about how we can improve these facilities. A little bit more background, this is who the Energy Climate Corps is recruiting. It is a paid program. They get an education stipend at the end, similar to the vast majority of AmeriCorps programs I'm familiar with. They are explicitly recruiting people from Minneapolis. I think they have 20 participants in their first cohort, which is 2 core teams, so we could do 2 buildings at a time, ideally. Lastly, just a little highlight on the training and certifications that their fellows are going through. This is really just for reference, but essentially, they are getting trained in ASHRAE Level 2 building assessments, which is the Society for Heating and Cooling Repair Professionals. I'm getting that acronym completely wrong. I was just flashing it on the screen. But basically, they will be qualified to do these assessments and walk through our buildings. I think it's important to note how this will work. We're talking about recreation centers, nature centers, and some of our golf buildings, primarily public facilities. We would, however, be trying to do the vast majority of this work during non-public hours where possible. Most buildings can be done in a single visit. Again, a Lindale Farmstead could be done in 1 visit. Something larger like North Commons, which is a pretty large facility, might take a second visit to confirm initial findings made sense. Lastly, I do want to highlight, we've already talked with our Teamworks colleagues who are constantly on the lookout for green jobs that they can expose their participants to, since we would like to have some of these conservation core teams in our buildings doing energy assessments. They've agreed that they would provide either shadowing opportunities or a sit-down question and answer sessions with Teamworks participants to learn about the green building field. So, recommendations for tonight's agenda. I'm recommending both items are approved, enrolling Park Board in 100% renewable electrical energy and signing an MOU with the new Minnesota Energy Climate Corps for whole building energy assessments. Any questions? Oh.
Looks like we have some questions. Commissioner Musich. And/or comments.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Would you like me to hold the questions I have about the second item until we're on that item, or would? Sorry, I forgot to stare at my mic.
Fine with the questions now. I was actually going to recommend that after we do this, we move the next one out of order.
Okay, so I will ask questions on both items. Thank you for clarifying that that's okay with you. I don't actually have questions about the first one. I lied. Just comments. The lighting fixture changes. I've been hearing from my constituents where we've done that it's amazing the change that they're experiencing in the buildings. So you can see things and you can see them really well, and they love that. So please let our team in the shop know, people love that work. They're super excited about it. They are noticing the change, and it's worth the time that they're putting in.
I will pass them.
So thank you for that. It's the bonus thing, right? We're getting that energy savings. We're using less energy, and we can also see what we're doing, which is awesome. So big kudos on that. When we get to the second piece, the MOU with the Energy Climate Corps, I love this idea. I'm so excited that we're finding new ways to help young people get connected to jobs that ensure that we have a sustainable future. That's fantastic to see that this program is expanding in that way. I wanted to compliment the team that's working on this for looking for ways to engage other programs that we're doing here in the park system to bring people in so that they get exposed to this opportunity as well. Typically, people that have participated in the AmeriCorps program and Conservation Corps are kids that are in college, and that's not always the experience of Minneapolis residents. So it's great to see that we're exposing kids to the opportunity early with an opportunity then to take advantage of that themselves. Thank you for that. I had a question and now I forgot what it was, so I'll have to turn my light back on when it comes to me. Thank you.
Vice President Abeni.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Thompson. I'm not on this committee, but I had some questions, and so since both of the agenda items are up for discussion, I'll start with the first one. And also, thank you for the presentation. I actually had gone back and looked at the report. I found it online and saw the data, and I'm really glad to see the assessment done. It's a great benchmark. Why not? I mean, and knowing, of course, that buildings are the big carbon problem we have in Minnesota because of our heating. That's the problem. So we're going to be able to get rid of all the electricity now that is produced using carbon generating energy sources, but we'll still be buying natural gas, and we can't deal with that until we can adapt the buildings.
Yep.
So that being said, so I'm really excited about this. This is the right thing to do, and it's a big chunk. So one question I have, when we bring new buildings online like Graco, and Graco is going to be all electric, does it get to be enrolled, or are they going to be out of capacity with the Excel program?
Chair Thompson, Commissioner Abeni, ideally, Graco won't use any energy, but I believe that we will be able to add it to their monthly flex enrollment program. So instead of a 10-year term, it's month to month. The premium would be a little higher, and we're talking, I think, from 32 cents to about 37 cents difference. Doesn't sound like much. It adds up fast to this entity the size of the park board. So I can look into that. I don't know the specific answer off the top of my head, unfortunately.
Okay, because that would be great, because I think we would enroll it. I mean, I think it's going to use some energy. I mean, electricity, and we know that it doesn't have natural gas, so.
Yeah. Chair Thompson, Commissioner Benny, I think that what we have written into their customer agreement is 100%, not a specific fixed amount.
Okay.
So I will ask them about that, if it's a new premise, a new meter, if that is included, or if as part of our 100% or not. So.
Okay, great. And then my other question, actually, I think you gave us a sneak peek. So on the sneak peek of the dashboard, will that maybe be a way to, for people to have more transparency about where our carbon footprint is? Because on there was on the webpage, on the website, there's a webpage called Carbon Footprint, but it's not, it's not up to date, which is cool.
Yeah.
I get that. But is this what this is maybe going to be doing?
Chair Thompson, Commissioner Benny, I had not gotten to the public webpage yet. What's in that report is still being updated. This specific dashboard does not currently include the emissions data, but there's no reason we couldn't put it on our public website in the near future. So.
I mean, I think it would be great, or update the carbon page, because this is actually a significant change in the carbon emission profile for the park board.
Absolutely.
I'd be pretty excited about that. So if I could just, Chair Thompson, also pivot to the next one just briefly, the audits, and I think that's very important. And I think, I work at the university in facilities management in the group called energy management, and our rec centers are the best, but they are very old-fashioned. And I think that the assessments are going to find that really it's about our mechanical systems. I think we have on-off. That's what it seems like to me. And I also mentioned that, and I admitted that I'm playing a lot of pickleball these days, and everyone's opening the doors in the pickleball spaces because it gets too hot in there. So I think there's a real opportunity for us to bring down our natural gas usage as we take on the rec centers and modernize the mechanical systems. And think about, of course, zoning, and even things like a hot water heater. We don't need a hot water heater. We don't need a tank of hot water in these. We don't have showers and things like that. So I just kind of wanted to say that, and thanks for the presentation.
Commissioner Schaefer, I apologize, I didn't see your light earlier. Yeah, I'm really excited about this. Thank you for all the charts. It's really exciting that we're going to be able to check this performance goal off our list, and thank you for your work on that. Question around the budget piece of this, not the program itself. Can you tell me two things? This is just allocating $20,000. We're going to spend 36 to 87 more per year on this program. We don't know the exact funding till we have more track record. We're allocating today $20,000 more to help us with any difference. But it's just for 2024. What do staff see as how we're going to budget for this ongoing? Are we going to kind of look for pieces each year, or what's kind of our long-term strategy? Because this is really important. Yeah. And, it's great we're kind of get it in for 2024, but what's kind of the long-term vision in this budget category?
Chair Thompson, Commissioner Schaefer, that's a fantastic question. Really, if we can check off the performance goal, and I'm going a little bit out on a limb here to say it this way, our focus will be almost entirely on reducing energy consumption. So building on the work that is done by asset management and trades, identifying project lists from what the core crews can put together to just bring down that number. Currently, the amount of money we may spend on the Renewable Connect program is less than our normal monthly utility bills fluctuate. So if we can bring it down by a fairly small margin in the next couple of years, this will be budget neutral. That being said, I don't know where the money will come from besides the sustainability fund after this year, and we will need to dig into that.
And my other question is, what is the sustainability fund? I don't really have a frame of reference because I looked up the action in 2012. I couldn't find it on our search system, and I'm not always the best in those long ago searches.
Chair Thompson, Commissioner Schaefer, I don't have a fantastic answer for that. Julie, on the other hand, yes. Director Weissman does. So thank you, glad you're here.
I'm sorry, Chair Thompson. Thank you. I'm like, which committee? So the Sustainability Fund was a one-time allocation of one-time dollars to use for sustainability projects. And so I don't know the exact balance left in that fund, but it's very small at this point because we have done a lot of good projects out of that.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
I see Secretary Ringgold's light is on. It's like the bat signal, like you gotta go there.
Thank you. Co-Chair Thompson, Commissioner Schaefer, this $20,000 is the remaining dollars in the Sustainability Fund. So this will put that one to completion. And then we want this year to be a year where we get an understanding, since there is so much variability in what Lyndon has presented in terms of how much more this might cost. Mm-hmm. We want this year to help us then determine how much we recommend for the 2025-2026 budget, recognizing that hopefully there will be some reductions in costs overall over time, but that would be the immediate need that would have to happen, is you'd have to incorporate an increase into your 2025-2026 budget.
Great, that's really helpful to know it's not just a yearly blip.
Commissioner Musich, did you remember your question? Excellent, please.
Thank you, Chair Thompson, for letting me speak a second time. I remembered my question. So we're dealing with people that have limited experience with doing the work that this MOU is spelling out. Mm-hmm. What sort of oversight do they have to ensure that the data we have has integrity? Then we'll be able to use it.
Chair Thompson, Commissioner Musich, the protocols that the Corps is following are actually developed by a Conservation Corps type group in California. The California program actually came out here to train the Minnesota program, and they have energy modeling software that they use. So they do the physical measurements and plug in all the data. But they do not do any of that until they have gone through a full, I think it's a 4-day training the first round. They work as a team, so they have redundancy. There's a crew leader as well as a program director on site as well, who have also done all of the trainings and done California's trainings. So in terms of quality control, I feel pretty confident that what we get from them will be beneficial and reasonably reliable. But I will also be looking at all of it myself to make sure doubly sure. This is a new program, and they are still adding trainings as they go into the year. In addition, we did actually just find out about 2 weeks ago The federal AmeriCorps program designated this program as Minnesota's state climate energy corps. So if there's a federal program which has already been proposed at the federal level, it would not duplicate this program. They would funnel it to this existing program, which means more resources, more training, things of that nature would become available to them. At the moment, Minnesota is only the second state that has done this after California. So I think there's room for them to grow, and giving them the facilities to practice in is really, it may not be, professional engineer level work, but our buildings are actually not that complicated in a lot of senses. So this is really ideal. We will get the right level of information for the right facilities from a partner.
Wonderful. Thank you for putting our minds at ease around the data. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights except for Musich's, which I believe might, no, it's okay. I was being silly. Let's take this to a vote, and then if it's okay with the committee, I will move the 51 immediately afterwards. All those in favor of Resolution 2024-14, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Would someone like to move Resolution 2024, the sister Resolution 51?
I'll move Resolution 2024-51. A resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board and the Minnesota Energy Climate Corps to perform energy efficiency assessments and community engagement initiatives in Minneapolis Park and Recreation Board facilities.
Excellent. Any further questions on that one? Seeing no lights, all those in favor of 2024-51, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. And now we'll go back to the regular order if someone would like to move the other resolution between them. Any takers?
I guess I'll move Resolution 2024-43. It's a resolution amending the 2024 Capital Improvement Program to allocate $276,568 from the Nicollet Island East Bank neighborhood portion of the Dibble-Hornstein Parkland Dedication Fund to complete a segment of the East Bank Trail on Main Street between First Avenue Northeast and Hennepin Avenue Northeast, a part of the Central Mississippi Riverfront Regional Park.
Any questions on that one or commentaries, like a presentation? Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and have a vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2024-43, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Next resolution.
I'll move Resolution 2024-48, resolution authorizing the superintendent to submit a 2025 proposal to the Legislative Citizen Commission on Minnesota Resources, LCCMR, from the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund for 3 projects.
Any questions on this one, or would people like a presentation? Yes, Commissioner Schaefer.
I'd like a brief overview or just answer a few questions, whatever is.
Absolutely. Director Robertson, thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, Commissioners. Chair Thompson, Commissioner Schaefer. I have just a couple of brief points that I can make, not a formal presentation. But each year, we tend to, as an organization, submit project ideas to 2 major state environmental grant programs. And one of those is the LCCMR, which is funded by the lottery. And that program funds environmental research and also environmental restoration and enhancement projects. And then the other program is the Lessard Sams Outdoor Heritage Council program that is funded by the Constitutional Sales Tax Amendment. So they are similar, but they are funded differently. They travel through different committees. But each of those committees in common are populated by citizens and legislators. So it's an annual program. The main difference between the two is that Lessard Sams is a bit more kind of big project capital oriented, whereas LCCMR can have much smaller projects and also is a bit more about kind of foundational science rather than about big capital. What I do is I convene a group internally each year and we brainstorm projects. We think about how to be strategic about projects that are already happening, how to add on to them to gain efficiencies. And then what links well to those 2 different grant programs. So the 2 actions before you tonight, the LCCMR one, we have 3 projects. 2 of those are small in dollar amount, And they actually fall into a category that LCCMR has called small projects, which is up to $250,000. We've been pretty successful with those in the past, Bohemian Flats restoration most recently. So we have 2 different restoration projects in that small category. And then we do have a much larger project that would actually expand on a project we're going to do with some of the additional state money from last year to address our shorelines. I think we heard from Ms. Crabb about the importance of shorelines and shoreline restoration, so this would help us do more of that work. And then with Lessard Sams, we're actually asking for kind of what we hope is the final tranche of money to complete a shoreline restoration of Lake Nokomis, which a third of it is done, a third of it is funded, and we're asking for the third.
Yeah.
Excellent. Sorry, please.
My question was, can you tell me a little bit more? There's a little bit of overlap, so I'm assuming what's your target for the shoreline erosion enhancement? Is there a particular area of the system? I believe our regional monies were applied to Lake Harriet shoreline, is that correct? You can remind me? And then, so how is this fitting in with that? And what's the plan for that ask? I'm assuming you have to give them more than just the detail you have in this paragraph here.
Chair Thompson, Commissioner Schaefer, you're correct. We need to give them some more detail. I think for a program like this, similar to our successful funding request for restoration and mussel reintroduction on the upper river, we've given them kind of a map of possible areas that we might work on, with the understanding that those are going to be refined as the project goes on. As I stand before you today, because we haven't started crafting these final resolutions yet, I can't tell you exactly how far that $1 million is going to go in terms of additional linear footage. I need to think about that in context with the money that we've already received and then project efficiencies, and then think about exactly how we're going to allocate that. I do believe, I don't have the CIP at the table with me, but I can check in a minute. I think there were maybe a couple of lakes identified for that shoreline enhancement money, but it was mostly in the chain of lakes. I think part of the reason for that is that we understood that Nokomis, we were seeking actually this funding stream, the Lessard Sams funding stream for Nokomis. So we didn't use that state money for that. And so we were focusing more on the chain of lakes. I think this might be a similar thing. I mean, if we're asking Lessard Sams for Nokomis and then we go to LCCMR, I think we would probably look at other lakes in our system to expand the work again that our project managers are already going to execute. And I think that's a key piece of this. It's hard for us to create new projects out of whole cloth because of some staffing constraints. And so if we can add on to existing projects, we can create a lot of efficiency.
Right, and do you utilize the long-range plans then as part of that process as well? Or not? Are they separate projects from?
No, Chair Thompson, Commissioner Schaefer, I think all of these projects would implement adopted park plans. Every single example of them, even in the wet meadow projects in Nokomis, those are called for in that park plan.
Great, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I was going to add actually just that last comment that the things that we're asking for funding to do here are things called for in the master plan, and also help us not only with that, but with an ongoing maintenance problem we have, which is we have turf that used to be turf that is now a meadow, a wet meadow, and a marsh, and cannot be mowed, and it can't be maintained as it is, and it's being overtaken now by invasive cattails. So it would be preferable to all of the other investments we've made in these spaces to go in and do a restoration project versus allowing all the work we've done over so many years be damaged by unchecked spread of invasive species that have taken advantage of our changing climate and sinking soils. Thanks.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you, Director Arvidsson. Let's take that to a vote. All those in favor of 2024-48, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. On to another one, very similarly thought through. Anyone would like to move that?
I'll move resolution 2024-49. 47? Yes,
Yes.
47. A resolution authorizing the superintendent to submit a 2025 proposal to the Lessard Sam's Outdoor Heritage Council, LSOHC, for Phase 3 shoreline enhancements at Lake Nokomis, part of Nokomis-Hiawatha Regional Park.
Any questions on that one? Seeing no lights, let's vote. All those in favor of Resolution 2024-47, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Final one of admin finance before our study item.
Hold on, did we do resolution 2024-43?
4-3, yes.
Yes, we did.
We
did.
did.
Okay, I was just
Out of
we did
order
it
a little
after
bit.
50.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Well, I can move the last one then.
Please,
Speaking up,
please.
Resolution 2024-52, resolution to authorize a professional service agreement with OpenGov, Inc. in the amount of $855,000 for the 5-year period of March 22nd, 2024 to March 21st, 2029 for implementation, configuration, and support of the Enterprise Asset Management System Cartograph.
Yes, Commissioner Musich.
I know we've had staff in the audience waiting patiently on this one. And I don't know if you just would like to join us briefly at the dais to let us know just how important this is for moving forward with a lot of the work we've been doing to modernize the way that we manage our spaces.
Thank you for asking that. I was going to do the same because I think it is a very detailed and interesting idea that I would know nothing about were it not for Secretary and Deputy Superintendent Ringgold.
Yeah, and I can answer that question, Chair Thompson and Commissioner Musich. So currently we have an enterprise asset management system. It is called ViewWorks. So what we do with that is the system that we use to essentially ingest work that needs to happen and hopefully assign it to the things that exist in the park. So a bench lives in the system, a bench gets reported, whether that's by the public or whether that's by staff, needs to get fixed. And then our trade staff use that information to go out and fix that bench. Ideally, we would have a system that we are then able to track against and go, yeah, this bench is taking a lot of work, or it's a lot of things are happening to it. This is how much it costs to operate, and then scale that to go. These are how many benches we have. This is what they cost to maintain. This is the staffing then that maybe we need to actually maintain the amount of benches. It also looks at things like inspections. So playground inspections. How many do we need to go out and do in playground inspections, forms, things like that. So that is kind of an enterprise asset management system. We've had a system called ViewWorks since 2017. We do have a presentation if we want to go through that, but kind of what we're, is there a request to do a quick presentation? Sure, yeah. I can pull it up and we can kind of go through it quickly.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Maybe I'll kick it over to Lainey, who's my co-project manager, and we can kind of go through a presentation really quickly. So yeah, Lainey, go ahead.
No, you guys worked hard. Take what you need.
Thank you.
Although we are on the clock to get her jumping next year. Always. Always.
So just a little background for you. Back in 2017, Chris already mentioned, we selected ViewWorks as our enterprise asset management software. The scope, it was literally enterprise-wide asset management, trades, environmental, forestry, IT, everybody was in. And the contract was a 5-year contract again from 2017 to 2022. In 2018, we continued ongoing implementation. However, forestry sort of became out of scope, and they decided that Treekeeper would work better for their business needs. In 2021, we engaged GTS for a strategic asset management plan and asset maturity assessment, and that's sort of when we realized our needs for a more mature asset management system. But we weren't quite ready. It's a big project, so we extended the contract through until 2024. But while that was going on in 2022, we sent out a request for qualifications for a procurement consultant. We engaged a company called Simplar, who is assisting us still, but assisted us in this very long process to procure a software as well as an implementation partner. 2023, IT moved out of the asset management system, and we're working on going into a new IT ticketing system, Fresh Service, and then also we sent out a request for software qualifications for an asset management software system, and also a request for proposals for implementation partners, and we chose the selection of the software implementation partner. So that's where we are now. Just to dig a little deeper, and I'll try to speed things up here. This was kind of our timeline. So we've been working on this since October 2022. We sent out the RFQ for the procurement. We selected the interviews. We worked on our statement of work. We developed and distributed the request for software qualifications, which is kind of not a normal standard term. We had software demonstration, software vendor selection. RFP went out for the implementation, and here we are now with trying to get the contract. Now, let Chris kind of continue his why.
Lainey and I are going to jump a little bit back and forth. And this kind of gets maybe to the original question too on kind of why we're doing this and the importance of it. When we started in 2017, there's kind of three ecosystems that asset management really kind of relies on. Our GIS system, our EAM system, the enterprise asset management system, what we're talking about here, and kind of our processes and systems, kind of the policy, how we do things, how often we go out and inspect playgrounds, what our bench repair program looks like. And they were all kind of, as you see here, the cogs kind of work together, right? As we have advanced, as we've developed, as we've matured as a department and as organization, two of those cogs have kind of grown and have kind of gotten a lot stronger. That really are, especially our GIS system and our processes and our systems. We've gotten a lot better at really understanding how we should be doing things, and really, especially in the last couple of years, our GIS capabilities have grown significantly. You've seen that, snowplow tracking is a specific example of that. And what kind of has been lagging behind has been the EAM system. We've had a lot of conversations internally about, we need to it's been kind of the small cog that's kind of hold back the system. And so why we're doing this is trying to kind of bring all of those cogs together and make sure that we have an EAM system that is not only going to be able to keep up with what we currently want to do, but where we see ourselves going in continuing to mature, both in terms of our GIS and our process and systems. So kind of, this is really a summary of where we're going from and what we're coming from. I also, a big thing to point out too, 2017 until 2024, there's significant technology changes in software and just generally across the technology system that has changed. We've seen things go from living on a desktop to now almost all software lives in the cloud. Software as a service, SaaS. And so that's kind of the system that we're moving towards today. We've also, big thing that we really, really need is access to our information. As we grow our GIS and as we get more requests for reporting, being able to pull the information that we have within a system out and then report on it, put it into a Power BI dashboard, put it on a website, be able to put it on a live map is really, really important and is kind of the expectation now. And so we need a system that is able to support that. So really the why is we need to be able to track things. This kind of gets back to my original point. Understand what is out there right now, improve how we're doing things, and then track that. And we need a system to support that. So I'm going to then kick it back over to Lainey to kind of talk a little bit about the procurement process.
So we did this procurement process. There were 3 steps, and we started out with kind of an informal request for information. We just sent it out to everywhere and asked vendors, to totally volunteer their time to meet with us and kind of tell us what they need to know to give us the best price and the best approach and help us develop our statement of work. Step 2 is the request for software qualifications. The idea was that we would pre-qualify 2 or 3 softwares, and then the RFP would go out for only those 2 or 3. And that was step 3, was the RFP for the implementation partners of those 2 or 3. So during that, we had virtual strategy discussions with interested suppliers, both software providers and implementation partners. They helped us give us ideas on how to create our scope of work, the information that we should include around scope, cost, timeline. We had 9 interviews with both software providers and implementers. And we, of course, also interviewed our internal partners, across the departments, across the organization, to help us get their feedback on what's working, what's not working, and help gather further requirements for our statement of work. So the scope of work, one of the things that was very important to the vendors that we got was they needed to know the types of users we had. So we've got, of course, we have our field staff who does a lot of different work than people such as our visitor services staff. So we have different people who need different access to the information. So that this is kind of, I won't go through all of it, but that's our main users of these asset management systems. So here's our scope of work: setup, configuration, deployment, rollout, training of the software product. We want to integrate with our current ArcGIS architecture. So right now, ViewWorks doesn't quite, it's sort of a one-way integration. We want customized dashboards. We want document management such as as-built, surveys, master plans. Of course, we need work orders and service requests. We want to be able to visualize and analyze asset information, track asset maintenance, track and provide asset lifecycle, and project documentation. Out of scope, we're not doing inventory management of materials, paint and lumber. We're not bringing anything over from ViewWorks into the new system. As I mentioned before, IT service requests are going into another system, and we are going to integrate with TreeKeeper. I missed that bullet point up above, but we're not doing any integrations beyond TreeKeeper at this point. So during our requests for software qualifications, we got 12 responses. We blindly evaluated their written responses. Here's kind of how we had a very short list of mandatory requirements, but a long list of desired requirements. We narrowed it down to 9 based on their responses and how we scored them. And here's sort of all the scores here. And then so we went on to step 3, which was we had narrowed it down. Sorry, I should probably take a step back. You can see here, we took the top 3. So it was Cartograph, this SMW, and CityWorks. Those were our top 3 softwares. So then we invited them for our clarification period. And so we had some additional questions. We asked for reference checks. We met with several other government entities who are using these programs. They showed us how they're using it, and we had some additional demos with the vendors. During that process, we actually narrowed it down one further, so we were down to 2. And that's where we sent out the RFP with the 2 vendors, CityWorks and Cartograph. 5 firms responded to the RFP, and again, we scored those written evaluations and narrowed it down to 3. And we had interviews. We asked them for their project manager, their lead solution architect, and a park and rec SME, subject matter expert. and we interviewed each of them for about half an hour, and that's where we did our final scoring. And you can see that OpenGov really ranked number 1. OpenGov is the company, Cartograph is the software. They ranked number 1 in the product. The Blind Anonymous, they were 2, and then but the interviews were number 1. So overall, they came out way ahead of the other 2. Funding, why we're here. So the one-time implementation costs for the first year of licensing associated with the current licensing system of ViewWorks, and the new system licensing in 2024 is $226,332. We are taking that from the general fund vacancy savings budget, and then the subsequent years would be worked into the IT budget. Chris will give you a little background on kind of what the OpenGov system looks like.
So I'm going to finish us off with the last couple slides. This is kind of what to expect, kind of the fun stuff, right? We talk about procurement's fun, but this is kind of what to expect and the impact of this, what has been a very robust process for us. Kind of breaking it down into three main things. These are improvements. These are kind of key things within the system that we think are really essential, both that set the new system apart and that we are really looking for in an enterprise asset management system. Asset tracking, I was talking about this kind of originally. We really need to be able to track our assets and the things that we do on our assets and the changes of those things, changes of the assets as they go along, how quickly they're depreciating, how often we're doing inspections, where work orders and service requests are happening, where complaints are coming in. Currently, we don't have a really great way to track that on the asset level, and that's really, really important and something that we really need to do. You've heard me talk a lot, you've heard asset management talk a lot about life cycle systems. This system will give us the software and kind of the background analysis tools to be able to kind of really take what we've done kind of asset by asset and build it into a comprehensive system. Usability is another big thing. We've heard from our frontline staff that currently ViewWorks maybe isn't the most usable system. It's a challenge to use oftentimes, and one of the really key things we wanted was a system that was going to be very usable. Some of the references that we have, this system's used by, say, Three Rivers Park District, and we've talked to them a lot about how their staff are using it, and we've only heard really positive things about it. And then finally, kind of on the reporting side, really important to not only be able to track what we're doing, but then talk about what we're doing and understand it and visualize it. So both within the system and then pulling it out to some of these other tools that we have. Really impressed, especially with OpenGov and some of the ability to kind of have more robust data analysis tools. We've been building those robust data analysis tools sometimes, in Excel and trying to kind of build these lifecycle models kind of piecemeal together. Actually having it in a professionalized system in a consistent place is going to be really, really great. I kind of already went over this a little bit, but what this kind of shows just a quick table of a comparison within those three categories, kind of what we're currently doing and then what we're hoping to do, right? So asset tracking, Lainey also pointed this out, really limited GIS integration, where we're going to be looking at a robust two-way GIS integration. One of the other really great things with OpenGov is a lot of these things come out of the box. One of the really great things about software, one of the selling points oftentimes of software is, oh, you can do anything, right? You can build it from the ground up. Well, that's really great, right? If you have unlimited resources and you can build everything the ground up. But a lot of these kind of life cycle modeling, PCI reporting, pavement condition indexes are industry standards, and being able to have those built into a software and come to us out of the box is really, really valuable and something we're really looking forward to. I talked about usability, and then the same again with reporting. Some of these out of the box reporting and visualization tools are things that we're really excited about. So what can we expect, especially over the next 9 months? We're looking at about a 9-month implementation, so hopefully wrapping up kind of this phase one at the end of the year, focusing on the baseline of the system. So that's getting the assets in the system and integrating our GIS. We've done a lot of work over the last couple of years building out our GIS system, building out our assets, understanding all of that. Putting that into the system is going to be really, really important. Ensuring that we have a system that supports work orders and service requests. a lot of our work, our trades work, our operations work really is a big part of it is the work orders and service requests that come in from the public, that come in from recreation staff, that come in from other places in the organization, customer service. And so it's really important that that is stood up here in the first year. Inspections inform temp frameworks, right? Getting those frameworks down so that different departments can start going, oh yeah, we want to do inspections too on say stormwater things. Having that framework there that they can build in so everybody's not kind of building completely different things, but that we have kind of those standards in place is going to be important. And then really starting some of the organizational wide engagement, getting those requirements gathering across the organization. We've been doing this already, but once we can start getting into the system and showing people, that's going to be really important. So as I said, we're looking at around a January 25th goal of a fully functional system primed for continual organizational engagement and build out. And I think that is the end. Any questions?
Excellent. Commissioner Musich.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. So I was around when we onboarded ViewWorks, and I've seen all the pain points and heard why it's not working. And I think every single thing that we knew we didn't do right with that implementation, you're addressing in your plan for bringing in this new software. So thank you for learning from our mistakes. Not every organization is good at that, and it's great to see that we're taking the time to really own what didn't work well and find solutions to make it happen. As someone who works in the software realm, my day job, seeing that you're collecting business requirements before you begin implementation is really thrilling. Every developer that works on this project is probably smiling, knowing that we're taking the time to collect those on the front end. It really does allow for a more smooth implementation and a product that is easier for people to use over the long run because you do it right the first time. So thank you for taking that time. I love how usable it looks, and I love some of the public-facing tools we have right now. Is the expectation that with this new software, we're going to be able to roll out more public-facing tools of the same nature with less pain than it took for the ones we have now?
Yeah. Chair Thompson, Commissioner Musich, yes. I think we're going to continue, the plan is to continue down the same path that we are on right now, which is what I call radical transparency of as much public-facing information as we can, and then continuing to use the information that we collect and get in this system to then continually feed more public-facing tools. So yes, talking about lighting, talking about all the things that we've talked about that we want to support more public-facing things. This will allow us to continue to do that. So I think this only, I would say, continues us on the same path, but speeds us up in what we're able to do because we're going to have more information to be able to put out there.
Fantastic. So I'm going to just plant the seed that it'd be great if the public was able to see that broken bench or the falling off piece of siding or what graffiti or whatever it is that they've reported, that they can see that, yep, there's a ticket that's actually been created for that. That would be amazing. Because right now we give them a number, we say we're working on it, and they just have to trust us. But I think there's a lot of value in people being able to see that we've actually, we've taken that in and we're actually gonna work it. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice President Abeni.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I'm not on this committee, but this is a very important topic and very exciting. And I actually had a chance to talk to Mr. Roche before the meeting and Mr. Everson, not Evenson, right? Evenson, I'm sorry. A little bit. So, but I think this is great. And I think it's a sign of a very mature organization that you're willing to say, you know what, we're going to kind of cut our losses with that one and move forward into a better system for us. And it's a worthwhile investment because over time, this saves so much time and efficiency and really allowing an organization like this that's so distributed to be so planful in the work you're doing. Yes to the requirements. Yes, the RFP was amazing. You told me that you had the consultant that worked with you helping to write that, and I think your process was really rigorous for selecting the vendor and the software. So I appreciate that. So I also just want to say that I think your timeline is fine, and you already have, of course, your wheel on GIS or your gear is big, and that's your, I don't know, I used the term source of truth with you before. So that's, you can continue your operations, but it's going to take a while, and everybody needs to understand for that other gear to get bigger. But the hope is now you don't have to look back anymore. You can move forward with this asset management essentially and add more categories and things like that. So thank you. That's very exciting, honestly. Thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer, thank you.
Yes, thank you. 3 out of my 6 immediate family members work in the SaaS sphere, so this is near and dear to my heart. But I want to say 2 questions. I know, I'm reading through some of the details, and it says there's an NPR designated project manager. Yeah. Is that you, or who's the? Okay, I just was curious. Who is the lucky winner here?
We are you're seeing the co-chair project management team. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. I think that's really great. Can you speak a little bit about how TreeKeeper is interfacing back in and possibly out of the system, and how you see that working?
Yeah, Chair Thompson, Commissioner Schaefer, we don't have the exact answer on this yet because we need to figure it out. OpenGov has done this integration in the past, so we know that they have experience doing it. How we are visualizing it and how we've communicated it in this RFP and RFSQ process, and as we've engaged with forestry on an internal side, is the visualization of the things that exist in each system being able to be seen in the other system. So a great example would be, say, our managed natural areas. Living and visualized in an enterprise asset management system, we see that they're there, but that being able to integrate with TreeKeeper so that forestry now has within their system the managed natural areas. They have that now via GIS, but being able to actually have like kind of this single source of truth, as Vice President Benny noted, that is flowing through all of our system and is very, very consistent. So the key is going to be able to visualize these things. Another great example is, like being able to take where proposed tree planting areas are or proposed tree plantings and being able to move those into an enterprise asset management system so that if, hey, is a bench just broke, right? Are we going to, and is this supposed to be an orchard going forward? Or are we planning on planting a bunch of trees? Being able to have all of our staff be able to see the whole system and the plans for the system, and then make decisions based on that. So the integration is really going to be on viewing the things that are within TreeKeeper in the Enterprise Asset Management System and viewing the things in the Enterprise Asset Management System in TreeKeeper.
Well, one practical application I'll just talk about is Brewing a Better Forest, where the public can go to that website, but it's an alternative website not connected directly with us. It's hosted by somebody else. So it would be exciting, right? If through this software we can have a public-facing map where people can go by geographic neighborhood and see where all the new trees were planted in my neighborhood, in case there is a volunteer initiative around watering or some kind of just general interest of where those newly planted trees in the last 2 to 3 years, it might need a little extra support. So I just think there's a lot of practical applications that are really exciting, and we'll look forward to hearing more about it. And with that, I'll just throw this out there, that if there is an opportunity for training for the commissioners for a half an hour, as kind of a broad overview of everything, I think that would really allow us to catch the vision of what you're trying to do in a more detailed manner, to be able to really communicate that with constituents. So if there's a half-hour slot for commissioners in that training bucket, I'm available. I can't speak for everybody, but
I'm sure we'll take you up on that. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. I'm always open to learning, always, which is what I appreciate hearing this. Seeing no other lights, shall we put this to a vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Resolution 2024-52. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. So ends the resolution portion of the Administration and Finance Committee. And now
we get a compensation study report. Take it away. I don't know what title, it's Deputy Superintendent Ringgold in this particular one, so I'm gotta get it right.
Co-Chair Thompson, yes. Deputy Superintendent works perfectly here. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity for this study item tonight. We're thinking of it as Compensation 101, an overview. And really what we're trying to do is get prepared for budget retreats, which begin in April. Compensation, we anticipate being one of the most important things we work on together during the 2025-2026 budget development. It is likely to be something that really drives your overall levy request and something that clearly is important to many of the folks who are here tonight, as well as the management staff. And so we look forward to working through this with all of you. There are several folks in the room who have been helping today. Two of them, Julie Wiseman and Annie McBurney, will be helping with this presentation. Julie, you know quite well. Annie is a relatively new employee. We're excited to have her. She is actually a compensation analyst. And we actually converted a HR vacancy into that position in order to be able to provide the organization more support and focus on that, which meant she came into a backlog of work to do as she started to work on it in terms of both job classifications and thinking about compensation. But also we have Paul and Rhonda here, so we've got good HR and finance complements with you tonight. I will talk just a little bit as we step into this, is there is obviously a level of urgency on this. And you know, your first budget retreat is on April 17th and your second budget retreat is on May 1st. By the time we leave that conversation on May 1st, we're going to want to have a really good sense of where all you are at in terms of thinking about shaping that 2025-2026 budget. We do have 3 unions right now who actually do not have approved wage contracts for 2024. One of them, LaUna, Local 363, the contract that we're working on with them right now will likely also set the pace for years 25 at least and maybe 26, depending on what the length of that contract is. We're in active negotiations with AFSCME and LaUna, so there are some pieces that when you're in active negotiations we might not be able to share, but we will do our best to give you as much information as possible. But wanted to give you a sense of the work you're doing on this will be impactful pretty immediately and will also set the pace for the next several years. With that, one of the things that we thought would be helpful is just to talk through a few of the common aspects of compensation, some of the words you hear, so that we can start to distinguishing between what those things mean. So we have annual wage increase. That is something that is, and as it sounds, an annual wage increase, and it usually has been between a 2 to 3% for the Minneapolis Park Board. It's something that is in the collective bargaining agreements for members who are represented, and it's something that the superintendent and ultimately approves for non-represented and appointed staff, and all of you through the superintendent's contract determine for the superintendent. It's also the piece, interestingly enough, the way you've crafted the superintendent's contract and the way that that a previous board has articulated increases for commissioners. The average of that annual increase determines the superintendent's annual increase and the commissioner annual increase. Step increases are a little bit different. This is something that is usually in, most typically in the first 5 years of employment, but some of our contracts have that wiggling a little bit more between maybe 4 years or 7 years. But for most of our staff within the organization, there is a time period within their first 5 years that they will, if they start at step 1, move through a 5-step progression, which essentially takes them from the beginning of their wage increase or wage range all the way to the top of their wage. So that first 5 years typically has a more significant increase per year than just that annual increase, and that's usually about 4% per year in addition to what that annual increase is. The next two items, one of them reclassification and the other one is market-based wage study. These are really methods by which we think about adjustments, right? So annual wage and step increases, those are things typically negotiated within contracts or things that the superintendent sets for non-rep non-rep staff in terms of step increases. But reclassification is a method by which we look at an employee's job description and they or somebody else might articulate that there's a change in duties. This is really a duties-related conversation. And in that evaluation, it's determined whether or not those duties truly have changed and what that does in terms of the impact of how that position is scored. It may or may not lead to a change in compensation. Market-based wage study, this is the one you're most familiar with because you just walked through that process with the superintendent. This is really that process of looking at the wage of a job category within the organization and comparing that to its industry. What are the folks at Hennepin County? What are the folks at the city? What is really maybe some positions being a little bit differently in terms of where you might be pulling from those comparables? What you're trying to figure out is the wage that you are providing as an organization competitive with our competitors? Are we competitive? Sometimes, for me at least, helpful to see these things graphically to be able to get a sense of it. This particular one combines actually that annual increase with the step increase into one. And it gives you kind of a 5-year example, assuming 4 of those 5 years an employee is in a step progression. And so say an employee starts in year 2020 and they have 4 years of step progression available within the job that they have. You will see the blue represents actually what our annual increase was for an employee during that time on average. And the orange is the additional increase they get based on that step increase. So for some employees, they might be getting somewhere between that 7 to 8% increase if they're still in step progressions. The next one is a graphic trying to show kind of the order of thinking through a reclass. And so you would have a current job description, either the employee or maybe we do a reorganization within the organization, but something triggers the need to review that job description. And so we take it and we do a reclass analysis, a reclassification analysis. And what we might find is that there are perhaps no duty changes. Maybe the employee thought there was a duty change, but it's actually included in their existing job description, so there isn't a duty change. Or there are duty changes where we say, yes, those duties have changed, they're approved, and then when we think about those approved changes, we would be asking, is there enough value in those duty changes that actually changes the wage range for that employee or not? And if there is enough change that changes that wage band for that particular employee or that employee group, then there would be an actual salary change. If there isn't, they would stay at that same salary. So the important thing is, and reclass and I would say the wage study is a commonly confused thing. And we will sometimes have employees request a reclass, assuming we're going to get to an actual wage change. And it's not always the case. The wage study is really the tool that probably more consistently leads to rethinking the wage, whereas reclasses is really focused on the duties in the job description. Nonetheless, there is, obviously some scenarios where reclassification does lead to a change in wage. This is going back to that market-based wage study. And it's important to think, in the case of the superintendent, per the contract that you all had with him, we did a very isolated market-based wage study. And in fact, he hadn't been, or that position, he wasn't here yet really, that position wasn't part of the 2019 market-based wage study that was done. But this is usually done organization-wide. It's not typically isolated by individual positions or individual job categories. It's more typically done organizational-wide. And ideally, we'd be doing this every every few years, right? We wouldn't wait 10 years, we wouldn't do it every year, but probably in that 3 to 5 range is the frequency by which we'd be doing it, to make sure that we're staying with the industry, especially right now where we're seeing a lot of movement in the industry for wages. It'll be, and it's something we will be pursuing this year. But in this particular case, as you might be familiar, we have the confirmed job description. We identify similar job descriptions in comparable markets. We determine that kind of market-based wage range for that position. We compare our position to that market, and we make an adjustment. I will say, in my experience here, we have typically adjusted if somebody is below, but if somebody is above, we've let it go. So there are those cases where individuals have known we've done a wage analysis and have wondered why they didn't get an adjustment. It was because we were only making adjustments to folks who were below, bringing them up to the market rate. So that is the piece on definitions. At this point, Julie Wiseman is going to join you. She's going to share a little bit about how this has, how this typically works within the budget process.
All right, Chair Thompson and Commissioners. So labor contracts normally include a general wage increase on employees' salary. It can also include a lot of other things, changes to longevity, changes to safety, what's it called? Safety reimbursements, thank you. And sometimes there's even changes in steps that are negotiated where they may add a new step 5 and eliminate an old step 1. So there's lots of things that happen within a labor contract. After the impacts of the Great Recession and before COVID, annual wage increase for government employees, and that's all government employees locally, were generally in the range of 2 to 3% per year, and inflation was low during this period. From 2020 to 2021, labor contracts settled slightly lower increases than prior years due to the uncertainty caused by COVID. With a continued strong labor market and high inflation, contracts of other agencies have started to settle, including larger annual increases. We don't have exact details on the 363 contract with the city, but the city has settled other union contracts with an increase of 4.5% in 2024, and then a 2.5% in 25 and 26. Part-time provisional wages are also considered during the budget time. Currently, our provisional staff wages have increased above the Minneapolis minimum wage to attract more applicants and compete with other entities. So when we talk about current service level during our budget process, settled labor contracts are budgeted based on the contractual wage schedules and any other item in their contract that has a cost associated with it. Unsettled labor contracts, the budget is based on an estimated general wage increase, and we look to our own settled contracts as well as settled contracts of other governments as a basis for what we budget as our provision for wage increase. Reclassifications, wage study, and other negotiated changes are built in initially as estimates. So an example of that is when we did our wage study in 2019, we built in $250,000 into the 2020 budget to account for the impact that we were estimating that would come out of that wage study. And then in 2019, there was also an additional step for arborists and park keepers that was negotiated. So in 2020, we budgeted $264,000 for that additional step. So as you start thinking about compensation and going into our 2025 and 2026 budget process, if all certified and appointed general fund positions received an additional 1% general wage increase, that would equate to approximately $600,000. The average full-time salary is approximately, with wages and benefits, is approximately $111,000. So that equates to about 5.45 FTEs. And it would equate to a 0.73% property tax levy increase. So as you know, if we in our general fund, our positions are our wages and fringe is 72% of our overall budget. And so any increase to salary and wages will impact our property taxes, unless you want to make cuts in other operations in order to not raise property taxes. So that's why I kind of showed it in two ways. You could cut 5.45 positions, or you could increase property taxes by 0.73%. So just think about that extrapolated. If it was a 5% increase, that would be $3 million, which would be 27 FTEs, and it would be a 3.65% property tax levy increase. So you can see as the percentages and the pressures on wages and compensation rise, there is definitely going to be an impact on property taxes. So just wanted to show in general how local jurisdictions have had wage growth between 2019 and 2023. And this really highlights what we talked about with COVID. So you'll see Ramsey County in 2021 had a 0.5% wage increase. In 2022, they had a 1.5% increase. The city of St. Paul in 2021 had a 0% wage increase and a 1.5% in 2022. We are showing the city 363 contract here. The city has has different settlements in their contracts. So we just chose this one as for demonstration purposes. It's also one of the contracts that has a more beneficial contract than some of the other unions at the city. And then you'll see for the park board, we did not decrease our wage increases due to COVID. We actually stayed within in 2019. By the end of the year, employees received a 2.8% increase. Employees in 2020, a 3% increase. In 2021, a 3% increase. And then 2022, a 2.25. So we have stayed within that 2 to 3% wage adjustment. You'll see the cumulative growth that with these examples, we have the highest accumulated growth during that period. I'm now gonna turn it over to Annie.
Hello, I'm going to talk about some of the things that go into these studies that we're talking about. So for external market-based wage studies, these are more of the organizational-wide studies that the Deputy Superintendent was talking about. These are a lot of the general factors that we're considering when we're doing those types of studies. Depending on the context of the study and the job or jobs involved, different factors might be weighed differently. For example, if a position can be filled locally, cost of living won't really be brought into the conversation because it's the same. Government benefits tend to be better than a lot of private industries, so total compensation may be more of a factor in those comparisons. Job duties and qualifications or requirements are really important considerations across the board, especially since job titles themselves are inconsistent across industries and entities. That's also why we look at organization structure and workforce size, just because those job titles aren't necessarily great indicators. Internal reclassifications or classification studies, those are more like if the job duties have changed. These are kind of what goes into those studies. We use the CRESA point system. This is the same system that the city uses. The simple version of this process is that we read through the job descriptions. We assign points in these different factor areas. There are 6 factors that we look at. And then we compare the roles to other positions internally that have similar points assigned to them, either in those categories and overall. Once we do that, we establish the baseline salary, comparing it to those internal positions, and that becomes the step 1 for the ensuing wage structure. The standard formula is a 4.5% increase between step 1 and 2, and then step 2 and 3, and a 4% increase between steps 3 and 4, and 4 and 5. That's not always the case in some of the unions. As we've said, those get negotiated separately sometimes. This is the same process for classifying either new positions or reclassifying positions. Once that job description has been updated or revised as necessary, we'll go through and do the internal comparison again that way. So through these various studies and classification processes, we're balancing a lot of components, and these are some of the biggest considerations we keep in mind while we're looking at those. There is a lens for each of these on an individual position level, but we can also look at them from the organizational standpoint. Once all this data is pulled together on that level, depending on if you're looking individually or organizationally in this conversation, there are a lot of different ways to present that data. One of the methods that's been coming up recently is the median to top pay ratio. This statistic was developed for certain types of publicly traded corporations, and it's still pretty limited to those types of companies. This looks at the median salary of employees of a company and compares it to the salary of the CEO. In Minnesota, that average ratio is 190 to 1, and at Target specifically, it's 680 to 1. Because this is such a specific set of reporting bodies, it's generally not available for governments or nonprofits. We do anecdotally know that NPRB's rate is about 3 to 1, and other cities in the area are between 2 and 3 to 1, but this is really soft data just because that isn't really a tracked statistic for other government bodies. One of the more common ways to report this data, my preferred data, is looking at compa ratios. This compares either the market range or the internal range, whatever you're comparing it to the actual wage of a position. It uses that market rate as a 1, and then the comparison goes off of that. So if the internal salary is higher than that range you're comparing it to, the compa ratio would be above 1. In my experience, this is a really good way to talk about this kind of data with people who aren't necessarily looking at it all the time and talking about this all the time.
Okay, so that was a lot of information. I'm going to show a slide in just a second that might help put some of it together so you can start to see it all in one spot. But it is important as I show the slide to remember that different types of positions in our organization all work under some different terms of employment. So we have collective bargaining units for represented employees. Non-represented employees mostly fall under civil service. And then the superintendent has his own contract. So what I have for you is some examples of some positions looking at it from a few different perspectives. It's a lot there. So let me walk it through. On this slide, you're going to be able to see actual progressions of some key positions from 2019 to 2024 who are still in step movements. So you can see the scale here. You've got an arborist, you've got a child care specialist, you've got the horticulturist, youth program specialist, park keeper, recreation supervisor, and the superintendent. So you can see in this slide that what this does is it combines the annual increase as well as step movements. And it shows you what the increases were for someone if they started in 2019 and moved through those 5 years of step movements, what that would look like. So for example, in 2019, what you see there is basically the annual increase, and by 2020, you see that whatever the annual increase was, plus what their contract had in it for a step increase. And that's cumulative then over that time period. The red line, so let's pretend you are an employee who wasn't in step movements during this time, and you were only getting the annual increase. Right, you're only getting the annual increase. Well, then you would have been tracking along that red line over that 5-year time period, right? That gives you what that annual increase is over that time period. We included the superintendent in here because the superintendent, as a matter of fact, actually was here for 5 years during that same time period. And for the first 4 years, so through 2023, was working just off of those annual increases. And then in 2024 is when you made your market study adjustment, and that's where that increase comes in. So you can see, the superintendent didn't have step increases during that time, so you can see kind of that comparison of those two types of roles, recognizing that the terms of employment are so different for someone who is in a collective bargaining agreement versus someone who is having a contract versus someone who is non-represented. This year, we're going to be asking that you think of at least two things as we go into 2025 budget. We're going to be asking to get an understanding of where we want to get that annual increase to be moving forward in the 2025-2026 year. We also are intending to do another organization-wide market study. And we'll be asking, like Julie had pushed into one of the slides, she had articulated that when we did that for 2019, we had set out some dollars to make the adjustments for that market study. We'll be asking you to consider that as well. Our hope is that by the time you would get to a recommended superintendent's budget, you'll be able to start seeing some of the outcomes of that market study, so you'll get a sense of what we're asking for and what we might be wanting in that. That was a lot of information. And the intent was not to have you make decisions tonight, but try to get you to the spot that when we get to the budget retreats, you've got some foundation and we're using some common language as we work through it. And with that, we'll stand for questions.
Anyone have any questions? I'm going to go to Commissioner Musich first, because she's on the committee.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. So for those of us that are not super well versed in how you get a step versus just a merit increase, could you explain to us how that works?
That is usually based on an anniversary date. For non-represented and represented, it's a little different for appointed employees. There are proficiency levels that they meet to move through those steps. But for most non-represented and union positions, it's based on an anniversary date with MPRB.
Okay, so the longer you're here, the higher up the step progression you get.
Generally, most positions you top out at 5 steps. For some of the union positions, there are additional ones, but then after that 5 steps, you go through the annual increase process alone. You don't keep progressing through. It's a finite number.
Okay, thank you for that additional information. I appreciate it.
Point of information. Did you mean merit or did you mean cost of living increase?
Merit increase. Because we have a merit increase process, and then we have that kicks in after the steps. Did I understand that correctly?
There are longevity clauses for certain positions and contracts as well. Is that what you mean?
No, I think I'm making myself more confused the more questions I ask. So I'm going to maybe just stop and.
Go ahead, Vice President Abed.
Well, point of clarification, the step increase is somewhat based on performance, right? So that would be the merit part of it. But so if you're not performing, deputies.
Would you like to weigh in, Deputy Superintendent Ringgold? We're confusing ourselves.
No, I apologize, Commissioners. I thought it might be easier for me to sit here and run the clock versus do it off of my watch up there. So I will answer the questions from here. Steps and merit would probably be something similar in language between different organizations. In our case, you would have to be in a spot where it doesn't meet expectations to probably be getting to the point of not getting your annual step increase. It's not very common that we would not move a step increase for an employee.
Vice President Benny, did you have more?
I don't.
Okay, please. Over there.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I'm sure talking a lot on a committee I'm not on tonight.
Yeah.
But I have a question. There was a slide where you had the summary. It was early, I think it was maybe Director Wiseman, where you talked about what the city was maybe looking at for, I think 363, right? Not that one. I think it's earlier. It was 4.5% or something like that. Oh, here. Cities negotiated labor contracts increases of 4.5. Okay. Well, there was an article in the paper today, and it talked about and I think it was mentioned here tonight, that union voted for 10, 10, and 10 or something like that. But that's obviously not, that's what the union voted for, but not necessarily what was approved in the contract. Do we know if that's true? And I have one more follow-up question about that.
Thank you. We don't know the specifics of that yet. We do have confirmation from the city that the 3-year that the 3-year contract they've negotiated gets to about a 29% increase. But the place that it's in the process right now is they've negotiated it.
Yep.
They've taken it back to their membership. Their membership has ratified it, and now it would go forward, I believe, to the city council for approval. So we're not privy yet to the specifics of it. We understand that there's some complement of probably an annual increase as well as a market adjustment, but we don't know the specifics yet.
Okay, that's great. And I'm going to speculate on something here, but maybe if we could get confirmation on it, it would be a very good thing over the next little bit. But in the paper today, it said that there were about 400 people that this applied to at the city of Minneapolis. I believe it's 400 public works employees. I would guess that some of those employees, at least, are in their enterprises. So that it's not a property tax issue. They would be raising their water rates, their sewer rates, their stormwater rates, and not, some of them are probably in the street department, that's property tax or something else. But I think that's a really important distinction for us to understand. If we're competing for the same pool of workers, but we have to do property tax increases in order to fund it and not just a penny on a sewer rate. So if we could find that out a little bit more, where this cohort particularly, because I think they're the example cohort right now in front of us, talking to us, where they're employed at the city specifically somewhat, that would be helpful. Does that make sense?
Do you have more on that?
Yes, Co-Chair Thompson, Commissioner Bene, we are looking forward to seeing what it looks like and where these positions are. Certainly you'll see on all of our data, our intent is to be competitive. Yeah. And we would hope the commissioners would feel the same way. So we're very curious to see how this information looks. I did actually hear there was a question a second ago about cost of living. So for us, the language we use is annual increase. We don't use the cost of living in terms of the wage component. We use the term annual living or annual wage. Those would be more comparable to each other.
Yes, Commissioner Elper.
Can you go back in the slide deck to where you have the definitions?
Are there any other questions? I just have one question, which I'm assuming is yes. Do we have this, just thinking as a teacher who goes through the terminology, there is steps and lanes. I never remember which one is which. One of them has to do with the amount of years service. The other one has to do with how much education you have. Most school districts have this as public data. Do we have that sort of contract language publicly listed?
Co-Chair Thompson, all of our adopted collective bargaining agreements are on our website, on the jobs page. So yeah.
I had a feeling the answer was yes. Thank you. Seeing no other lights at 8:43. Oh, there's another light? Oh, I know, but I'm gonna call this one adjourned.
Okay, that was very dramatic. I loved it. Okay, so it's just mentioned at 8:44. I'd like to call the Planning Committee to order. Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Elper.
Present.
Commissioner Olson.
Here.
Commissioner Rucker.
Here.
Vice Chair Thompson.
Here.
Chair Benny.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The agenda is approved. There are 3 sets of minutes to,
I'll move all the minutes.
will you read the dates at least?
September 20th, 2023, October 4th, 2024, and February 7th, October 4th, 2023, February 7th, 2024.
Is there any discussion about the minutes? All those in favor of approving these 3 sets of minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The minutes are approved. We have one item on the agenda tonight. It's a study report item. Mr. Tyler Peterson is here to talk to us about something that's pretty darn cool. So take it away.
All
And
right.
I just went and whispered in his ear, if you could keep it to like 10 minutes, that would be great.
Chair Benny and committee members, I will certainly try, but there's a lot of information here, and I think this is probably the first time that you've been exposed to it in a presentation setting. So I will go through it. I'm assuming that with the presentation and question is it probably will go over 10 minutes, but we'll be quick. So location of it, I think we all know it's kind of along the Great Northern Greenway at about 26th Avenue North and 18th Avenue Northeast across the Mississippi River. We started to actually look at this project, in earnest more around 20 years ago. But I came across the Cleveland plan from 1883, and it turns out that he also suggested this exact same location for a crossing,
Right.
Which is kind of cool. Our initial project direction, we wanted to make sure that we connect people to and across the river. We want to make sure that people are getting to that natural resource in an equitable way, and heal those inequitable accesses now blocked by I-94 and industry and other things. And we want to create a space that's more aligned with the characteristics of a park. We're the park board. We don't do transportation. We're creating a space for people. And we want to make sure that that's underscored in the design. And then, of course, we want to create a connection that's ecologically driven and is laid into the land rather than dominating over it. We want to make sure that it fits and animals are happy and birds are happy and people are happy. Some of the emergent themes that came from the process so far, we want to be able to gather, we want to respect the environment, of course, make a safe space, include arts and culture in the design, and then connect people. Some of the open house items that we've done so far, we did a sketch exercise, which is pretty cool, that kind of was color-coded and linked up with these goals here. And all this stuff will help kind of make sure that the design reflects the needs of the community. And then we did, for those that couldn't draw, we did a narrative exercise and asked people what they cared about, what arts and cultures mean to them, et cetera, et cetera. And again, this is all helping the design team really make a space that is reflective of the community. I do want to note that we have our second open house in this room here on March 21st in the evening, and we'll be actually looking at different concepts, and you'll see a few kind of glimpses tonight. Placement of the bridge. Right now we're looking at this green arching arrow. The bridge won't arch that much, but it's essentially the link along 26th Avenue North and 18th Avenue Northeast. And I do want to say that it is one piece of the puzzle. There's several other projects here that the county and the city and the park board are planning for and have funded and are going to be constructed in the next few years. So even though this bridge kind of is a bridge to nowhere now, it will have some significant connections either before or right after it's constructed. Looking at those connections again, a little bit closer detail from above. There's a lot of kind of disjointed pieces here, and a few projects can really help make this kind of the center of activity, actually. When we look at the equitable access and barriers to the park, we see that Northeast Minneapolis is much closer. Those neighbors are much closer to the riverfront than those in North Minneapolis, and we want to make sure that we're cognizant of that with the design. And if we were going to, put a bridge in at the BNSF bridge or right next to it, within that corridor, we'd be looking at making Northside residents go another 2,000 feet to actually get to the bridge. We want to make it as easy and as simple as possible to actually get onto the bridge. With the feasibility report, we looked at 3 different alternatives. Essentially, some of my arrows are off, sorry. Essentially, each of the alternatives are not practicable. There's spatial issues, cost issues, and then we just don't own it. It's also 140 years old, a little bit of risk there. Top-down view of that, if we were going to put a bridge next to the BNSF bridge, we'd have to put it within that corridor, which is within the 50-foot buffer, but then we'd have to be outside of BNSF's kind of offset. And it just complicates things. There's also overhead power lines that we would have to kind of move around or possibly move. So all this translates, you all know this bridge. All this translates into a bridge that is separate from transportation. We're kind of modeling it after the characteristics of the Stone Arch Bridge, where people can hang out on and take fun photos and really be themselves on that bridge and not feel like they're forced to get across because of loud buses or semi-trucks or cars going 50 miles an hour over the bridge. And this is kind of a view of the bridge, the Stone Arch Bridge from Father Hennepin Bluffs Park, just showing how nice it would be to move right onto the bridge rather than having to kind of be kind of a cloverleaf situation. Talking about the east and west landing, so the ends of the bridge where it touches down in our parks, we're really trying to pay attention to the assets that are out there right now. It is, both sides are very much human modified sites. There's not much natural about them anymore. However, there's some really great cottonwood trees. On the west bank, kind of zooming in there, we're looking at how we can actually land the bridge without blocking the views from the existing overlook. So our preference is to actually have the bridge on the north side of the overlook. And that'll allow for a less steep entrance onto the bridge to make sure that we meet the navigation channel height and height envelope. We want to make sure that it's easily accessible and people aren't having to go up a big hill. If the bridge were the south of the overlook, it's very, basically the bridge will block the views from the overlook to downtown and across the river.
So we're actually in conversations with Aerated Industries. We met with them this afternoon and had a really promising conversation with them to actually use a bit of their land on the north side. The east side, we're looking at kind of all the things that are happening there. We want to make sure that we land the bridge at a higher point and use the lower points for actually getting down to the river. There's going to be quite a bit of reworking of this site, the demolition of the building, removal of the parking lots, the removal of polluted soils and other contaminants there. We also want to make sure that as we land that bridge, we're not going right through the cottonwoods. We actually want to have the cottonwoods be a frame for that bridge landing. And so we've met with our forestry staff out there, and we've done a quick assessment of the trees there, and some are invasive and some are great. Some of the trying to establish that bridge typology. This is particular to the bridge itself. We're looking at a simple but elegant bridge, efficient, very intentional, comfortable and maintainable. The metrics we're looking at are the alignment of the bridge, what happens when we actually put those piers in the water, both in terms of environmental impacts, but also practical things like scouring and river rise and floodplain impacts. We're also looking at how we can span the bridge, the bridge height itself, big towers with cable stay type systems. We're looking at maintenance loading, and then the impact of neighboring bridges. Now this would be about 500 feet upstream or north of the BNSF bridge. These are the considerations. I won't go into detail here, but we're looking at the length. It's about 680-foot span from abutment to abutment. There's a clearance channel that we're working with the Coast Guard on that we need to maintain. It's about 150 feet long by about 22 feet tall. We want to make sure that river traffic can go up and down the river, and that channel is aligned with the BNSF channel as well. We don't want to have boats, zigzag through. Deck width, we're looking at about a 20-foot deck width or so. The square footage of that deck is directly proportional to the cost of the bridge, so we need to be cognizant of that. And then we're looking at live loading and additional loading like wind, snow, and ice. The live loading is people on the bridge or maintenance vehicle on the bridge, stuff like that. We looked at the number of supports. We're kind of in the 6 support range, and that's important because it allows us to use less material. That means less of a carbon footprint as we actually build this bridge, and then less cost. We also studied kind of a control feature, something that's taller, more tensile, utilizes cable stays or that type of suspension bridge type thing. Both scenarios, even though the preferred option has more piers in the water than the control there, having 2, the 2-pier scenario, those piers are larger than the 6-pier scenario, and both equate to about a half-inch rise in river elevation or river height, and that's really important. We need to have a no-rise determination here, and we'll be working towards doing that. We can do that in several different ways. So looking at that preferred kind of number of spans or number of piers in the water, we do know that we need to mitigate that floodplain volume loss and the rise of the river, but also look at some of the material inefficiencies that come along with that. So targeted project cost. There's several factors here, some that we can control and some that we cannot control. We can't control the length of the bridge, but we can control how or the type of structure that's used, and then we can really dig into significant control over the user experience. We did a few cost estimate ranges, and we developed a targeted bridge cost of about $30 million, and then park spaces on either side of it mostly on the northeast side because it's the undeveloped side, up to about $8 million. So our targeted total project cost is about $38 million. Permitting. So this is where it gets complicated, and we're not going to go into it, but just know that we are looking into it, and there's a lot of different layers here. Some of them kind of jive together, some are a little bit different, but each has their own purpose, and we will be working with those. We had 7 different hour-and-a-half presentations over the last week with all of these folks. Here you go. This is the laundry list here. Those dates are of the groups that we've met with that we wanted to make sure knew about this project right away. Park program. So this is at 1720 Marshall. So we're not just doing a bridge. We really want to do the spaces that the bridge land on as well. And this is a great opportunity to explore that at 1720 Marshall Street. We're looking at a few different precedents here, creating a space that is, it has water access, respects the environment and existing cottonwood trees, but also includes spaces to kind of reflect and more natural type spaces, and then looking at the idea of an outpost where we have public restrooms, maybe a classroom, and perhaps it's even a partnership with others that use the river here. Looking at the site, we noticed that in the past we have kind of fast zones of the river and then slow zones of the river. The boom that kind of goes down the edge there is still reflected in the bathymetry of the site now. So if we see an opportunity, it's kind of on the slow side to actually do something in the water to get people to the water. And we start to actually look at a draft program here. This is definitely like a crayon drawing, but it's really diagrammatic and very fast. That's the way the design team works. They work very quickly and with lots of sketches. So looking at the green frame, a riparian area, connections possibly to the south, partnerships there, and then this idea of using this slow zone to really get people onto the water. So we look at 3 different concepts that we're developing now. They'll be ready by March 21st. They're kind of just thoughts right now. Something more along the lines of creating a new beach or landing, creating something rather than on the river, more up into the site with, well, actually, let's just go to it here. So on the left-hand side, this is where we actually excavate into the bluff. This is our most heavy-handed approach here, and getting people better access to the river in a more natural feel or setting. More of the active recreation area or kind of gathering areas on the south side. We wanted to kind of, if we were going to put a building and maybe some overlooked decks, we actually kind of couple that with the existing buildings on site just to better organize it. The middle version is actually taking that same type of natural resource on the north side and actually bringing it into the site and leaving more of the existing shoreline intact, and then using a kind of a deck type system. All the scales and all this stuff is to be determined here, but certainly is viable so far. And then the third on the right-hand side is the lighter touch, where we actually start to develop more of a savanna eco a biotope type thing, and then just using a lighter touch on the landscape there. Almost done. So the building that we're looking at, it's really just an idea at this point. We've got a draft program where we have between 3,000 and 5,000 square feet, about a third or a half of what's being constructed now at Graco Park. Looking at community spaces, perhaps storage for kayaks and canoes, so that us or our partners could actually use the space. Looking at public restrooms, of course, and the ability to actually load canoes down to the river. So next steps, we're kind of getting towards the end of this current scope of work. We'll have 3 concepts or so on March 21st, and then we'll take those back and refine them into one, and then bring you all a concept, a preferred concept in a few months to approve. This is the entire project timeline. I would say this is fairly accurate, but we don't have that funding secured. So if we did, we might be looking at about a 3-year type project, 4 years till completion. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. It was a great presentation. I see a light. Commissioner Thompson.
I'm just going to say something quickly because I know we all probably want to be done. This is awesome in so many ways, and I want to thank you for just bringing the idea. And Chair/VP, Benny knows this, but I studied civil engineering for 3.5 years at the University of Minnesota before I ditched it and got a math degree, which Lord only knows. But sitting here, I was like, oh yeah, bridges, you brought it all back to me. And I am just so excited for all of the ways that you have actualized this project. I remember getting an email a long time ago say, hey, this is an idea we have. And I know we're still just midway, but I'm just very excited, and I want to thank you for all of the work you've put in. And it's not boring to me at all.
Good.
Thank you.
President Forney.
Thank you, VP, for letting me speak on this committee. Yes, truly exciting. Being the river woman. Is anybody out there, I don't know, mapping or whatever, what's happening to the river bottom since the closure of the lock and dam? I know it's considerably different getting out of, what is it called, the launch area, that the poor water taxi and everything, has to really weave around the newly formed sandbar, whatever. Anyway, that would be a real concern to me, is if we have any projections of, how the river bottom is evolving and how viable it is.
Yeah. Chair Benny, President Forney, we're absolutely looking at that. That's really, really important to us. What we don't want to do is adversely impact the river bottom itself for habitat, but also other structures that are in the river. We don't want to create scour downstream where it affects, say, the BNSF's piers. We need to be very cognizant of that. And we're looking at how we can design the piers in a way to create as little impact to the river flow as possible. We know that this is a highly traveled space with folks who are paddling. We don't want to create eddies and odd currents with the piers that are in the water that might affect that. So we are looking at the design of the piers very closely. MWMO supplied us with that bathymetry map, kind of the contours at the bottom of the river. I don't know exactly what their plan is in terms of continued study, but I would assume that they would do that on a relatively on a regular basis. But I don't know for sure if somebody is looking at the river in terms of sandbars and what has happened. It is still a navigable channel, and it would remain that way. But beyond that, I don't fully know.
And then my next question is about what is the width, shall we say, between each one of these spans? What's the width between each one of the piers is what I was meaning.
So we're trying to align them generally with the BNSF piers. The exact alignment isn't designed yet. This is still very conceptual. So where those piers fall exactly is going to be determined by the type of bridge that that is placed on top of it.
Stop talking, Tyler. No.
All right, see you. No, but so there could be more of a swooping bridge like you saw on the screen, but it could also be kind of more of a zigzag. Not too much that somebody can't bike across it, but different shapes would would create different layouts or positions of those piers, but we're being very conscious of where we put them.
Great, yeah, being a rower, piers are the devil.
Yep.
So, yeah, be really concerned about that we wouldn't impede, you know, any of our recreational use and everything. I mean, it's thoroughly exciting, pie in the sky, but let's fingers, legs, eyes crossed. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions, comments from the commissioners? All right, well, thank you so much for the presentation, and with that, I'll adjourn the planning committee.
Do.